Good evening and welcome to the December 18th meeting of the East Point City Council. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Shropshire. Councilmember Robertson. Councilmember Renee. Councilmember Bailey. Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Cook. Councilmember Butler. And Councilmember Gordon. Mayor Holiday Ingram, we have a quorum.
So much. Tonight, we will pause for a moment of silence for the invocation. Do we have a pastor tonight, Reverend Minister? Trying to see if I see one in the audience. No. So we'll stand for a moment of silence, followed by the pledge to the flag. Please stand. Our Sergeant at Arms this evening is Captain Robinson. Thank you for your service this evening. First up on the agenda and presentations and announcements is Fitzgerald Smith Proclamation. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. I am just excited about this presentation for Mr. Fitzgerald Smith. I will just let you know that in speaking with the Washington Road neighbors about this great honor tonight, hands down, everyone was excited about it. So I'll yield to the mayor for the presentation of the proclamation.
So I'm gonna ask Mr. Smith and his daughter, I believe is here, his family to come forward. Fitzgerald Smith Jr., affectionately known as Fitz and Smitty, has been an amazingly engaged East Pointer. When I first got here and started my service on the East Point Main Street Association Board, that's where I met Fitz, and it was about 10 of us putting on events for thousands of people and volunteering, and we began to get close there and have stayed connected ever since. That's probably what 2011 or 12 or something like that. And so when Councilmember Gordon mentioned this, I mean, it's without hesitation that we honor and recognize someone who's been such an engaged East Pointer and very impactful to the work in our community and on key boards and commissions. So in lieu of saying it twice, because a lot of this that what I would say will be in this proclamation, that his daughter Adrian actually gave us content for this, and it was amazing. And we put a little East Point touch on it. But thank you so much for helping us be able to provide this recognition to your father, an amazing East Pointer. So in recognition of Fitzgerald Smith Jr., whereas Fitzgerald Smith Jr., born on June 13th, 1955 in South Bend, Indiana, to Fitzgerald and Kitty Smith Sr., graduated from high school in 1973 and furthered his education by attending Morehouse College from 1973 to 1976. And whereas Fitzgerald Smith Jr. married the love of his life, Deborah Oliver, in June of 1980, and this union brought two amazing children into the world, daughter Adrian Smith and son Fitzgerald Smith III. And whereas Fitzgerald Smith Jr. learned the importance of education and serving his community from his parents, as an active father, he became a band parent for D.M. Tharrell High School Marching Panthers in 1997 and served as the president of the band Booster Club until 2000, where he gained unending love and affection from all the students. And whereas Fitzgerald Smith Jr. loves to challenge himself and has developed a multifaceted skill set from his work in many different fields and made long-term friends with his colleagues at Bendix Corporation, Kroger, and Cub Food, H&R Block, Family and Children's Dentistry, Cuffey Law Firm, and Premier Industries Corporation. And whereas his love for being a devoted community servant comes from his love for God. He grew up in Olivet AME Church back in South Bend, Indiana, where he was part of the youth and young adult choir. When he moved to Atlanta, he joined Browns Mill Park Baptist Church and enjoyed singing and teaching Sunday school. Currently, he is a member of Crown of Life Baptist Church, where he serves as a trustee, choir member, and high school Sunday school teacher. And whereas in 2005, Mr. Smith found himself back in the role of band parent at Tri-Cities High School, where he served as president of the band parents from 2006 to 2008. He was lovingly known to most of the students as Pops, and he is still a very active and supportive father who proudly represents his son, Showtime, of the Atlanta Braves Heavy Hitters, and shows up for his daughter when she sings in Hillside Music Ministry. And whereas we greatly appreciate Fitzgerald Smith Jr. for being an amazingly engaged East Pointer and for his long-standing and relentless service in the city of East Point as president and vice president of the Washington Road Neighbors Association and chair of the East Point Main Street Association Board, where he directed many community events, including the annual 4th of July Salute to the Red, White, and Blue, Taste of East Point Vegan Festival, East Point Farmers Market, and more, as well as for his service as a steering committee member for the Food Well Alliance development of the city agriculture plan and current service as chair of the East Point Local Food Ecosystem Commission. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Dina Holiday Ingram, mayor of the city of East Point, along with the city council, do hereby honor and thank Fitzgerald Smith Jr., affectionately known as Fitz and Smitty, for going the extra mile in the city of East Point. We are truly grateful for Mr. Smith's outstanding community leadership, dedication to positive change, and steadfast commitment to empower, uplift, and serve our residents in the city of East Point. Congratulations.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to God for giving me the strength to be here today. I want to thank Stephanie Gordon for bringing this, Mayor Ingram for implementing it, and the council for accepting it and giving it to me. I really appreciate this. My mother always said, give us our flowers while we're living. And I thank you for this honor. I want to thank all my supporters and friends, my brother and others that came in. I won't go by name because I'll forget somebody. It's good to see my homeboy over there, Brother Reeves. And I just say that, please, council, let God lead y'all. Please. Because we, the residents, need y'all. That's all I got to say right now. Thank you.
So Mr. Smith mentioned his brother and his family. If the Washington Road Neighborhood Association, East Point Farm, like y'all all stand up who came to support Fitz. I want to recognize, he said his brothers and all. Local Food Ecosystem Commission, y'all gonna stand? Okay, that one didn't work. Okay. We will move to, excuse me? Oh, go ahead. Member Gordon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to quickly say, Mr. Smith, if for those of you who don't know, I met Mr. Smith in 2015 when we ran against each other for the open seat. I've got to say, we had the most and best time together. And if ever there is competition, it should be the way that we had it. We were shocking people. They were like, you're running against each other? Like, yeah. But we hugged each other. You introduced me to your brother back then. But I just want to say thank you for all of your service to our city. Many, many years of service, many amazing events. And we thank you for all you've done, and to your family for allowing us to share you. And we just thank you and your family for all that you've done. Many, many more wishes and best to you moving forward. Thank you.
I want to
Councilmember Butler.
thank you, man. Sorry, please forgive me. Brother Fitzgerald Smith, we have so many things in common. Morehouse, the band, and I really do appreciate your stewardship of the Washington Road Association and your leadership. And I want to let the public know and remind you that the reason why the $150 million redevelopment of our downtown city center has green space is because of you. You insisted that we had that, and it's there because of you. So your influence on this city is everlasting. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Cook.
I don't know when or how we first met, but I learned that if I went to any city event and if I heard music, the next thing to do is to look to see if you were behind it all. And I want to say to the members of the public, what I just told you privately, is that I'm not too surprised of your accomplishments because Morehouse men do what Morehouse men do.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just want to say I truly enjoy my first year in office. I did a community meeting at the farmers market, and every time I was there was Fitzgerald, and he would help me set up. We would break down, and it was just a great familiar face of community commitment. And that's every time I see your name or see you around, I just think of community commitment because you are truly committed to the community, and I just thank you for your servitude. I yield, Madam Mayor.
All righty. Well, again, thank you so much for your decades of service to our great city. Fitz Smitty, AKA. Next up, we have a presentation on the City Agriculture Plan and information about the Local Food Ecosystem Commission. It says it's from Councilmember Bailey and Councilmember Renee. I'm assuming Economic Development is involved with this as well. Councilmember Renee or Bailey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had the good fortune of serving on the Green Team, and that service led to me getting to know more about composting now. Not sure if it actually started with the Green Team, but I'm sure it had something to do with all the great work. So I'll bring up Mr. Paul. I know you have two first names, and I know you have some information you'd like to share with us. Thank you for coming.
Hello. Well, it's certainly a hard act to follow, but Fitzgerald's imprint is on this work as well. So I'm happy to be following such a wonderful proclamation of a person that I respect dearly. So we've got the full commission, the Local Food Ecosystem Commission here tonight. We're going to provide a quick update. So. Just a reminder to how the city agriculture plan came about. Here's a timeline for everyone, just so we're all aware. This work has been going on, as we're all aware of, since 2019, when the MOU was signed with the city of East Point, and the work has progressed significantly through many different stages and phases since that first MOU was signed. And fast forwarded to where we are today, we have this city-appointed commission that is tasked with advising and recommending strategies and opportunities of implementation as it relates to the city agriculture plan. And a lot of great progress has been made, especially over the past year, which we're excited to share some of those updates with you. And then also a broader discussion on the path forward and where we take this good work going forward. But in real quick, the East Point City Agriculture Plan's vision statement is the East Point City Agriculture Plan aims to cultivate community pride and relationships amongst East Point residents, businesses, and local government. This plan builds, promotes, and sustains East Point's commitment to the socially equitable policies, programs, and sustainable land use practices that benefit the community food system, ensuring economic and ecological opportunity now and for future generations. So there have been many programs that the City Ag Plan recommends and have also been implemented. One of the key programs that has happened over the past year, which we're excited to provide an update on, is the citywide community compost drop-off program. We were happy to launch this program on July 5th, and we now have 4 drop-off stations throughout the city of East Point, and residents are actively using these stations to bring their collected food scraps to. And those food scraps are being collected by a local company, Compost Now, that's located on Sylvan Road, and that's being transported to a composting facility where it gets composted into finished compost, which is a soil amendment that's applied to farms and gardens, which enables farms and gardens within East Point to grow more and better food. This is a USDA-funded grant program. Again, I'm telling you all things that y'all already know, but it is not to be lost on any of us that this program is one of the first of its kind within Georgia. It's actually the second program like this in Georgia. The only other one was in Athens. So this is a really big deal. A lot of attention is being brought to this program, not just in Georgia, but across the country, which I'll get to. So here, as a reminder, the program partners that are making this compost program possible. We have done a considerable amount of outreach, and the main ways that we've done that are, this was a really exciting one, was being able to put a flyer within utility bills. So all of East Point residents received notice of this program within their utility bills. There is a sign-up process that anyone that's interested in the program comes and learns more about what composting is, what can go in the bins, what doesn't go in the bins, where the drop-off stations are located, and what the benefits are of this program. So after the utility bills went out, we saw a significant increase in people signing up for the program and using the drop-off stations. There's a little over 150 East Point residents currently using the program. And again, this is a 2-year funded grant program, so we plan to continue to get the word out about it. And it's a pilot. This is not, this isn't meant to serve, or it isn't, the expectation wasn't to have thousands of people using it right away. So we have good momentum. We had a ribbon cutting demo day, which some of y'all attended, which was really well attended. Here are some photos from that event. That was at Arts Exchange on September 14th. The opportunity was for residents to come learn more about the program, pick up bags of finished compost to use in their own home gardens. Many residents came by, even though it was a little bit of a rainy and dreary day. We had great press. We had multiple local news stations come out and cover the event. We had folks writing about it and posting on blogs. So again, more attention and positive momentum for this program. Tenicio, the de facto urban ag director for the city at the time, was helping to lead demonstration days at Arts Exchange and teaching residents how to use compost in their home gardens. So more bags and compost starter kits were handed out at that event. One of the really, I think, exciting things that I was mentioning is that this isn't just reaching Georgia, this is reaching beyond Georgia. We had the USDA contact myself and Tenicio and Maceo and reach out and say they wanted to interview us and highlight us as a program that was excelling and excelling quickly. This program is called the Community Food Waste Reduction Grant Program via the USDA. It has been running this is its third year. It was just renewed. It's going to be included in the Farm Bill again, so there will be more funding for these programs. And these programs are happening in every major city across the country, from LA to New York to Boston, all over the place. And for City of East Point to be doing this and to be doing it as well as it is being done and as quickly as it is being done and being recognized by the USDA across the country is a pretty exciting thing. So what's next? The East Point Urban Agriculture Director position, as we all know, is unfilled. And how that came about is that this whole organization was a grant-funded program. Grant funding eventually ran out, so there was no more funding to continue the position. And the council, the commission, the East Point Local Food System Ecosystem Commission, is singular and unleveraged without an urban ag director being appointed via the City of East Point. So the ask of the council is really to appoint an urban ag director or for an update on where considerations are around that. It would be our recommendation, and I think everyone knows that, to hire Tenicio for that position, as he's been the one leading this work. Continuity, success over many years doing this, and momentum going forward, that would make sense. And more importantly than that is the ask to fill this position or create this position and fill it so that this work can continue. This is a group of volunteers that we're standing up here. We're all volunteering our time to do this work. It's hard to do that without someone leading the charge. And these programs, like the composting program that I just mentioned, will fall flat and will lose momentum. And much of the work that we have been doing with the other programs has lost momentum since funding ran out for Tenicio's position. So that's really where we stand today. I think we all want this program to move forward. We're all working really hard to make it move forward. It's a great program for East Point, something that we can all be proud of, and that's where we stand. So thank you for your time tonight. Anyone else?
Thank you. Anyone else?
Fitzgerald is our chairman.
Yes,
He is our fearless leader.
absolutely. Councilmember Bailey or Councilmember Renee?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I also want to just mention as well all the great work that's been done to engage the residents of East Point. A lot of classes have been taught by Tenicio that were well attended just throughout the year. And he led a tour throughout the city of residents that have gardens. And so it's a great service that he has done to support residents just growing their own gardens and using compost to do that. I know on a couple occasions he actually went to residents' homes that had questions about that. So I do see this as a great service that can be provided to the residents of East Point. So I'm glad to hear your presentation. So at this time, I would like to make a motion that we fill this position.
So
Let's-
I'm gonna ask you to withdraw the motion. We don't have a position unless it's been created in the budget. So let me give context on the position.
Okay,
The position was funded by a grant from USDA that Food Well Alliance had. The position of Urban Ag Director was with Food Well Alliance. There have been discussions with the former city manager, the city attorney, and Mr. Tanisio Cianima about how that work could continue. To my knowledge, I don't believe a position has been created in the city. So there's an option of either a position or it being contract work. Creating a position is a budget decision that if it's operational, is made by the city manager. There's a need for us to create a new department. That would have to happen, but it wouldn't be something that could be done tonight. If there's a desire to direct the staff to look at exploring creating a city urban agriculture position, I think that motion can be made and they can figure out what they'll do. If it is a staff position with the city, we would have to advertise it and post it and do interviews and go through that entire process. I'm totally aware of Mr. Cianima's work bringing this to light. I mean, actually, the way the community compost program came about is Mr. Cianima, Tanisio Cianima, and Fitzgerald Smith came to a meeting and shared the grant opportunity with us and asked us to allow the city to apply. And now we're the recipient of that. So their work and the work of Fitz, as we just acknowledged, has been extremely instrumental, but there is not a position right now to fill that I'm aware of in the city of East Point organizational structure. If there's a desire to have staff consider that and give that directive, you can do a motion on that. But to my understanding, there's not a position. And if there is one with the city, we couldn't do it as a direct appointment. We have to go through the hiring process. So I'm looking at, I know our interim city manager has been in the position all of, tomorrow will be a week. I believe interim city attorney Weems was in part of those discussions. So was a position created to your knowledge?
No, ma'am. The former city manager was going to go back. Myself, he, and Mr. Tennyson were going to figure out what was the best fit for him, whether or not he was going to bring him on as an employee or whether or not he was going to, as you referenced, do some type of contract of understanding. And that's where I think it kind of left.
So currently, there is not a urban agricultural position, urban agriculture director position in the East Point organizational structure.
I don't think so. I don't think
Y'all
so,
didn't
because
create
the grant
that based
position was already, yeah. So at this point, no.
So you've made a motion, Councilmember Bailey, to fill the urban agricultural director position that doesn't exist. Would you like to amend your motion?
yeah, I would definitely like to amend it and perhaps ask staff to look into or finish that conversation as far as you're going to contract with Mr. Tanisio or look at considering posting a position for it, because obviously we want the continuation of the great work that they've started.
So there's a motion to direct staff to explore creating an urban agriculture director position or services within that role.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion?
Discussion.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Can they amend the motion to also include the MOU, whichever that they see best fit?
I think at this point it's too premature to direct the MOU.
I
Again,
mean,
there might,
a contract or whatever the city manager, the avenues that the city manager was exploring.
correct. And I think that's the motion on the floor. If there is a contract, I'm sure it would exceed the solicitation amount such that there may have to be a solicitation for this. So I'm trying to help navigate the intention. I totally support the work of the Local Food Ecosystem Commission, Fitzgerald Smith, Tanisio Sionema, trying to make sure we have a process as we move forward that doesn't create challenges by putting the cart before the horse. So that's the only caution I would say. If the contract is gonna be, if there's gonna be a consulting services contract over $25,000, it has to go out for solicitation.
Well,
And all of this has been shared with Mr. Sinema.
and the position would be more than that, because nobody knows what the salary would be.
Right, so I think this would give staff and the new interim city manager the opportunity
To look
to
at
pick
both
up those
options.
discussions, explore the options, and decide how to move forward. And then based on how it moves forward, it'll come back to us.
Okay, just as long as they're looking at both options.
Yes, I think the motion was clear around the position or for services, consulting services. It was kind of long, but I was summarizing. So it's to authorize staff, direct staff, to explore either urban agriculture director position with the city or urban agriculture director consulting services with the city. All right, urban agriculture consulting services with the city. So that's the motion. Is that a clear statement of the motion? Does the second still stand? Councilmember Renee, you in for discussion?
No, I think you cleared it. Thank you.
I
Any-
I would like to.
Bailey?
I just, I know that this has been in conversation for some time, and you mentioned about the momentum and the compost program. Just wonder if we could consider like a time frame to come back to council to discuss this.
I'm sure the interim city manager will bring it back before us after they've explored it. Mr. Reeves, you were about to press your mic.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Mayor and Councilmember Bailey, I believe that next month during our work session, we should be able to come back to you and give you some outline of what we're looking at and what proposals that we may have for this options.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
So that's the January 8th work session from city manager, Madam City Clerk. Any other discussion? I was about to call you. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all so much for your service and for being here this evening.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Next up is the tab at fiscal year 21 audit presentation, interim city manager Reeves.
Madam Mayor, this next line item is tab FY21 audit presentation. Will be presented by our finance department along with representatives from tab.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. I would like to bring up the engagement partner, Mr. Leandro Tab, and Mrs. Elizabeth Wells from Tab to provide the FY 2021 audit required communication to the governing body and management.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. I'm the engagement partner for this engagement of auditing the city of East Point. And I have an agenda up there to go over with you for the 2021 audit presentation. It's going to be in 3 parts, but I'm going to introduce myself as Lee Tabb, the managing partner, and Ms. Wells is the senior manager on this engagement. We're going to cover the highlights of the 2021 annual financial statements. We're going to cover reportable findings and recommendations. And then required by the standards, we have to report to governance, what we call a letter to governance. So what I've done is I prepared a hard copy of the report that's been bound for you. And also you have in a folder, a copy of the presentation that I'm going to do. In the report that I did for you, I put some blue stickers on there where as I go through this presentation, it's it tells you exactly where that is located in terms of this short presentation I'm going to give to you today. What we want to make sure that we do is we want to keep within the standards and don't deviate from the standards in terms of reporting on your financial statements in accordance with the government standards. So let's start. We're going to start with the highlights of the 2020 annual audit. The first thing we're going to cover is our opinion. This is what you contracted us to do, to report on the financial statements. And we have audited your financial statements for the governmental funds and the business funds, and for your component units, and for the notes to the financial statements. Management is responsible for the preparation and presentation of these financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And that includes that management is responsible for making sure there's adequate design, implementation, maintenance of internal controls relevant to the preparation and fair presentation of these financial statements. Our responsibility is to express an opinion on these financial statements. On the next page, we give our opinion, and this is considered an unmodified opinion. And in our opinion, based on our audit and the report of other auditors, which a pension plan is audited by another firm, the financial statement referred to above presents fairly, in all material respect, the financial position of the governmental activities and the business activities as of June 30, 2021, and the respective changes in financial position for that. The other part here, which I didn't highlight, is that this is a 99-page report. And so we have to report also on required supplemental information and then other information. And so you will see in your report, there's an MD&A at the beginning of it, which management writes this comments showing that they understand what's happening in those financial statements. And then GASB requires certain information be summarized as required supplemental information. And that information usually relates to your pension plan, and it relates to what we call OPEB, other post-employment benefits. And then the state of Georgia has certain requirements that we present also that is presented in the report. And you will find that in the required supplemental information and in the supplemental information. And then the last part of the letter is that since you are a government, we're required to perform this audit in accordance with government auditing standards. And those standards requires us to perform this audit to make sure that you're in compliance with laws and regulations and that you have internal controls to adhere to those things to make sure those are accomplished. And so at part 3 of this report, we'll cover that part of the audit in terms of our review of your internal controls over compliance with laws and regulations. So let's start off with highlights of your financial statements. The government it's kind of complicated, but it's kind of exciting too as an accountant. Because, when you deal with a government, you got this governmental activity and you have this business activity and you have the total. And so in your financial statements I'm presenting to you today, we're looking at what we call the statement of position, net position. And this includes your assets, your liabilities, and your net position. And you can see for 2021, your total assets are $182 million for 2021. And for the business type activities, it's $139 million. And so we come to the total assets for the city for 2021 is $321,646,000. And then we go down to the bottom, and you can see we have total liabilities. And the liabilities for 2021 is $82,363 million. And for the business activities, it's $83,527,000, giving you a total of $165,891 in liabilities for 2021. But the good thing is the city is in a positive position. If you look at the net position for the governmental activities, it's $99,743,000, and for the business activities, $56,011,000, with a total net asset of $155,755,000. So this is how you stand financially. So when you take your assets and take away your liabilities, you come down to this positive results for your city. To show you what that means in terms of perspective, let's go to the next page. In the next page, it's not showing fully, but you have a graph there. There we go. Anyway, in my graph, you can go from 2012. In 2012, the net position of the city was $61 million. In 2021, we've grown to $155 million. So the city has been on an aggressive moving in a positive direction over those years. The next statement we're going to cover is a statement of changes in net position. In business, this is what we call an income statement, where we're looking at what came in, what we spent, what was left over. So as we look at these financial statements for 2021, you can see under the governmental activities, we have revenue of $53,240,000. And on the business activity side, we have revenue of $71,165,000. So total revenue for 2021 of $124,405,000. And the expenses, as we look at it from the governmental fund standpoint, it's $39,853,000. And then for business activities, $70,312,000, giving a total expense of $110,166,000. And so as you go through this whole process, you can see we have a change in net position. You know, in business, we call it profit, but we come down to a change in net position for the governmental fund, a positive number of $7,054,000. And then for the business activity, $7,184,000, giving us a total increase in the operation for the year 2021 of $14,239,000. And as you reconcile that back to the previous statement I went over, you can see the net position and how we got there. So remember, we were discussing the net position. You can see we in the governmental activities, $99,743,000. For business activity, $56,011,000. And the grand total, $155,755,000. So we can see how we've been moving in a positive direction and have growth in our net position over those years. The other thing we're going to go to is highlight some notes that I think is really important that you need to be aware of. Now, there's a lot of good information in here, but these are things I think that you should be concerned about or are concerned about as you review these financial statements. The first one is dealing with capital assets. And we all know that's been a problem, but here's a schedule that was required in our disclosure in the financial statements. And that disclosure requires us to show what your beginning capital assets are, what your additions, what you disposed of, and what your ending balance was. And there's two types of activity. As I mentioned earlier, as a government, we have to deal with governmental funds, and then we have to deal with the business activity funds. So let's look at this on the governmental side. So you can see I've highlighted that we have, at the beginning of the year, $178,800,000 in assets. And then we purchased $7,171,000. And then we have an adjustment of $5,169,000, giving us a net amount of our capital assets on the gross side of $180 million. And then we have accumulated depreciation at the beginning of the year of $79,780,000, and additional depreciation expense of $4,581,000, and then an adjustment again of $5,169,000, bringing us back down to an amount of $79 million. So our net capital asset at the end of the year of 2021 was $101,000. The point I want to make on this as we go through this is there's an adjustment that we were concerned about as related to the. Repeat that.
You said 101,000.
101 million. Okay, thank you.
$610,405.
Right. Anyway, so yeah, so we got $101 million at the end of the year. And you can see that I have the adjustment of $5 million there. This is an adjustment as we migrated from a manual system into a electronic system. There needed to be an adjustment to the capital assets. Those capital assets were fully depreciated because they go back 20 years. So when you reduce that, you can see it's only a 5,169,000 of assets and a reduction of the accumulated depreciation of 5,169,000. So it had no impact on the overall financial statement as the accounting department of the city made that adjusting entry. We'll move on to the next section. We're going to move on to the next section, which is the governmental fund. And the governmental fund, and the business type funds of capital assets, I don't want to go to the whole detail of this, but I wanted to go through on the governmental fund because I wanted to show you that adjusting entry of $5 million. But as we look at the capital asset for the business activity, you can see that there's no adjustments. We start out with a net amount of $84,178,000, and then we have addition plus depreciation expense, giving a net change of $2,003,000, and we come up with a net amount of $81,872,000. The next thing we're going to cover is debt. These are things that I think you should be interested in as we go through these financial statements. And as we mentioned earlier, there was two types of debts: the debt related to the governmental fund and the debt that's related to the business activity. What I want to highlight here is in my yellow highlights here, the first part is just the debt related to your bond debt. You can see that we have $21,809,000 at the beginning of the year. We made payments on our bonds, bringing the balance down to $18,725,000. In the second section of that, these are other activities of debt. And the biggest debt related to that is related to your pension plan and your OPEB reliability. As you can see in that is you have OPEB liability of $27 million at the beginning of the year, pension liability of $23 million, and it's gone down, and you can see at the end of the year, that's $25,068,000 and $13,687,000. Overall debt, when you take the bond and you take those large employee benefits that have been accrued, $60,199,000. In the second part, we'll go down and look at it the same way for the business activity. And that's where you can see we have bond debt of $35 million. We paid down our bonds. Now we had $33,639,000. And you can see we have the same situation with the OPEB liability and the pension liability. And we add those things in, and you can see we have beginning balance of $57,390,000. And with the reduction and additions, we have a net change of $49,359,000. When you talk about government-wide financial statements, what Gatsby did was they said, we want governments to prepare their financial statement like a business, and they want all liabilities and all assets presented. When you manage your budget, you manage your budget on an annual basis, and that's called fund statements. And so these type of liabilities that we just went through and the ones we're talking about now are not on your fund statement that you prepare a budget for, because long-term liabilities are presented in for future years in which you will send annual allocation or annual budget amounts to cover those costs. But on the government-wide financials, on the full accrual, all the liability has to be covered. So in this particular footnote, what I want to point out is that your actuary has determined that you have liabilities for future pension payments of $158,998,000, but you have assets available to cover that liability of $140,559,000, giving you a net amount of $18,439,000. So you can see it's a manageable liability because you're accumulating assets, and also based on the condition of the market. As the market goes up, that liability goes down. So you know this is always changing. So you can look at this every time you get these annual financial statements and see what happened with the market and how those assets values has changed. The next page is we're going to cover OPED. These are what we call other post-employment benefits. These are benefits that you're paying for the retired employees and that you made a commitment to these employees for. And this liability is also computed on an actuarial basis. So you see in this schedule, you can see that the liability at the beginning of the year was $40,147,000, and I've highlighted what the liability is at the end of the June 30, 21, $35,814,000. Since this audit is so late, we have to evaluate everything that happened from June 30th to today when you're doing an audit called subsequent events. So the reader of the financial statement will know what is really could have impacted these 21 statements, even though we way into 2023. So I'm not going to read this because you all know these things that you approve, but you can see that you have a American Rescue Plan, $13 million of funding coming in. We remember the cybersecurity incident that is being disclosed in the financial statements. You paid off your Camp Creek allocation district bonds. You changed your destination marketing organization. You entered into a most municipal option sales tax. You also renegotiated your local option sales tax with Fulton County, and also you've gotten a loan from the Georgia Environment Finance Authority of $5.4 million. And these are all things that happened after June 30, 2023. 2021, I mean, sorry. Now we go into the next section of our report. And this part is part 3 in terms of comments. This is where I mentioned earlier that we're going to be reporting on findings and recommendations. We have 5 findings that we want to report to you. And one of the findings is what we call a material weakness. And that finding relates to the fact that your annual audit that's required to go to the state of Georgia and your single audit, which is required to go to the federal government, has not been filed on time. And because it's not filed on time, that is a material weakness and out of compliance with the laws and regulations. And so we're doing a really good job because we're moving fast trying to get these things in. The single audit for 2021 has been submitted, and the audit for 2021 to the state auditors has also been submitted. So we've got the 2021 year down. And the management concurs with this, and you have contracted with us to complete the 2022 audit. The next comment is not a material weakness, it's just something that is a significant finding that we want to bring to your attention. And we've discussed these findings with the accounting department. And that is when you're reviewing the books and records and you make a journal entry, we want to be able to see a full description of why you're making a journal entry. Because you have a really automated system where things roll through and get recorded automatically and with proper support and documentation. But a journal entries is where errors can occur. And so we need to have full understanding of what those adjustments are. And so we're recommending that management design and implement procedure require full description of adjusting entries posting to their system. The next one is operating transfers from the general fund. This is something we discovered while we were doing the audit. And you might have seen it on that first presentation where I was going through the statement of activities, talking about revenues and expenses. There's a line in there called transfers. as a city council, you approve the budget annually, and you make a budget allocation that funds from the general fund get transferred to the funds that can't support themselves, like the sanitation fund. Well, over the past years, the accounting department has been booking those transfers as liabilities. And while they booked them as liabilities, they made those funds look like they was in the red. And so the state writes back and say, hey, the sanitation fund is a major fund. Well, everybody knows it's not a major fund, but it's a major fund because then it created this big liability there, right? So what we've done is, you'll see, we cleaned that up and corrected that and said, those are not liabilities, those should have been transfers. So the transfers have been made, and the accounting department has agreed that that finding was proper, and will develop and put in place a system to make sure transfers are recorded as transfers and not as liabilities that due tos and due froms. The next one is on annual budget adjustment. And this one that it gives us a little concern, because we found that, which was good, that you paid off your bonds. So we say, hey, you paid off a bond, give us the bond resolution, council approval to do this. And there was no approval to pay off these bonds. And so management said, we just made that decision. So we said we have to bring your attention that if you're going to make a major transaction to your budget, it needs to be approved by council. So if you have if you decided to pay off one of your TADs because you got extra money in, no matter if you do have extra money, it still need to come through the council because you have the final authority on those transactions. And management agrees with that finding too, and I understand they've already implemented that process. And the last comment we're going to talk about is capital assets. We reviewed your prior auditor's comments, and this comment been coming up from your prior auditor. I'm talking a long time ago auditors. There's always been an issue with capital assets. And I must say that, you'll know, there's not one city in this country don't have a problem with capital asset, because it's a big issue, because it's infrastructure. What is an infrastructure, right? And so you have to be on top of it, making sure it's getting properly classified. It's a problem that extends from a long time ago, because capital asset used to not be recorded on the books. It was government. That just came out recently. And so everyone has to catch up on how to do that. So that's always been a problem. And so we're recommending that you implement those controls. I understand right now the accounting department really have and are putting in place controls to make sure those assets are properly recorded and appreciated. But we want to go another step further and further recommend that the city obtain a physical count of the capital asset by a third party to verify the asset recorded in the city subsidiary records. We've been involved with a lot of governments, and we see that where they bring in someone to count the asset, revalue it, and then you have a new starting place with those assets based on the nature, how difficult it is to keep up and account for those capital assets. The next part of this is to close out this section of the report, is that there was no prior findings on the 2020 audit. So there's nothing we can report on you to say, hey, we had a significant finding that we need to present to you. But on the 2021, these are findings that we noted in our work. And this, one of the things here, this is where East Point had responded to the single audit and gave their corrective action plan in regards to that major finding in terms of material weakness, that they were working to resolve the issue of making sure all those audit reports get prepared and filed to the federal government and to the state. Now we go to the last part of this report. And this is the governance letter. This is required for us to come to you and just tell you information of what happened during the audit process. And the things we want to point out to you, which I've already discussed, is the first part, quantitative aspect of accounting practices. You are using appropriate accounting policies. I mean, your disclosure in note 1, if you read note 1, has all your significant accounting policies in accordance with generally accepted government accounting standards, all right? The biggest estimate you have, which I went over with you, is that pension and OPEB liability. I mean, that's an estimate that's out there, and it's being computed by an actuary. So, you know, you need to be aware of it, and that's the estimate that we all worry about. You know, is this really true? Is it really high? Because you look at that footnote, it gives you 3 rates in terms of a discount rate of how to come up with this, and the actuary chose the middle rate. So that's an estimate you have to be concerned about when you read that footnote in note 3. And then the other thing that we have to tell you about, it relates to the same thing, is related to whether or not this is a difficult note. This is a very difficult footnote. So when y'all read it, make sure you look at, because there's a lot of information related to the pension and OPEB in footnote 3. There were correcting entries. We just discussed that. The biggest correcting entries were those transfers. That's something that's been going on in prior years. It had no big impact on the operating in terms of the net position, but it did move the money in the right place. And so if you're looking at those financials, it just looked like some of those funds had a lot of debt when there really was no debt. Management, we had no disagreement in our work. They really worked well with us. They signed a representation letter saying that they gave us all the information we requested. We discuss things with them all the time regarding accounting issues during this process, even in the future. And that's not a condition. We have to say that they would keep us because we would agree with them. We work real hard to make sure we're independent from management. And then the other thing is, as we mentioned earlier, is that you have supplemental information and required supplemental information. The first required supplemental information is an MD&A, the Management Discussion Analysis. That is something management prepares. We do not audit that, but we do read it to make sure it's not conflicting with the audited financial statements. And then there's another section of required supplemental information. Because you're a government, you're required to do a budget. And the standard says you have to show budget to actual comparison. So if you go in that back supplemental schedule, you'll see the budget actual comparison to see where you stand. And that's one of those things that is a red flag for us, right? If you do this schedule and you go and ask and say, you just spent $500,000 and I don't see a budget, you know, so then you got an appropriation without a budget. So that's just a red flag, and that's why I want to bring it to your attention and to your management and team attention. The last part of that, I think, is that's about it. And that is, you know, this is restricted use, but, you know, it's open to the public. I'm available to answer any questions. I hope I was clear enough. I know I fumbled a little, but, you know, we got through it.
Thank you for your presentation. Councilmember Cook.
Thank you. One area you didn't stand on, and I just want to get your feeling for this. We know the city became handicapped immediately when the audit schedule did not start at the time the city is traditionally used to it starting. In other words, we were late.
Right.
And we've been playing catch up ever since then. I anticipate, and I think most of the staff does, is that by the time 22 and maybe 23 is done, some of the shortcomings in 21 may still appear. Because of that lateness, and there has been enough time between each one of the years to make any corrections on the previous one. Would that sound like a fair assessment of what may happen?
And we've been discussing that with, you know, with your finance team, because right now I understand they've already implemented making sure budget amendments, right? One of the things is that you need to work on, and, you know, and I don't know if you're aware, but before you get your auditors in, for, you know, for 23, we just ended, or when you go into other years, right? If they're oh, if you overspend on a major line item, you need to amend the budget. Because usually what it means, if you overspent, you got more revenue in, right? And so all you got to do is say, oh, we got more revenue in, approve the more revenue, and then allocate it and get a budget amendment to put the money in the expense line item because you had those extra resources. To let it hang out on these financial statements, I can't put a number in there unless, to say you had a budget amendment, unless you amended the budget, right? So make sure y'all evaluate that after you're in to see or you have any section that's got overrun, so you can make sure you amend that budget to keep it in balance from that standpoint. The state would write us up and say that you have an appropriation, over appropriation in a line item, and then we have to address that, right? So we want to make sure we don't have to answer the question from the state auditors in regards to issues like that.
Well, I think we have on the agenda tonight a budget amendment related
Right,
to
so
the entire year.
that'll take care of that funding in the future, that's right.
Right. And right now, I think staff is averaging roughly about 4 amendments a year.
Right.
And I guess the question is not if that's enough budget amendments as much as the timing of each amendment to deal with the subject matter you just mentioned. So I'm sure they're looking forward to any comments that you may want to make on just how well our review scale is working right now.
Right.
With an average of about 4 amendments a year. I don't think we even tried to make sure they take place within X number of days. It's just whenever the fluctuation in the revenue itself dictates. All right, thank you.
I agree with you on that.
Would you say that again?
I said, I agree with you on that.
Thank you.
I was trying to flip through the tab booklet that was at my desk tonight when I got here, so I haven't been able to read these 99 pages. I was trying to follow along with you. One of them, I don't know if it's not tabbed in mine, but there was a page where you made a recommendation about hiring a third party to verify our capital assets. Do you recall what page that was or what that specific recommendation is?
That's in your folder. That's where you're.
I'm sorry, I can't follow along. So where at in the folder?
It should be the second to the last.
Yeah, it would have been
document.
helpful if we had gotten these before coming to sit at, when I sat down tonight.
May I walk toward you?
I'm trying to find.
Ma'am.
Oh, I'm in this
Okay.
folder and I'm looking at the different recommendations. Just give me a minute.
This is the one that says single audit.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
It
That's the one
has
I'm
a blue
looking at.
tab on it because that's where the comment starts. And it's the last comment, comment 5. Comment 5.
There it is. So your recommendation, I think the others, this seems to be one where we need to engage another person. The other ones may be internal financial operations. This one you indicate, we further recommend the city obtain a physical count of fixed assets by a third party to verify the assets recorded in the city's subsidiary records. Are you suggesting that that should be an annual fixed count or like?
No, it should probably be done every 10 years. It's my understanding that y'all did this 10 years ago. And so, as you move through this process, it's something that probably could be done every 10 to 15 years. I think you're at a point now because we had so much discussion about capital assets. Maybe this would be one way we can resolve this and it won't be such an issue in the future, right? Because the biggest problem that brought this on was a migration where your auditors in the past has been saying you have a manual system and using Excel. And then to take that manual system and move it over into an automated system and try to identify all those assets that's been around 20, 30 years, that's not an easy task. So something may come up.
Yeah,
And
we
so-
had the same auditing company for 20 years, Banks, Finley, White, who left us in the middle of not doing this and all of the other things that we are trying to deal with right now. So that's why I'm trying to make sure I pay attention to the recommendations that you're making about who we engage, and that we try to make those engagements as quickly as possible. So I'd ask that there be a motion that we obtain a physical count of fixed asset by a third party to verify the assets recorded in the city subsidiary records. I can't make it, so. Is that your motion? That's my motion. Okay, is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. So make sure that this is a part of our monthly update on monthly audit and financial update. So at the January 8th work session, we need to have an update on where we are with securing those services. Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had discussed early on that we will have an independent auditor that reports to the staff to also review the finances of the city. Are we close to adopting or hiring an independent auditor who can kind of go in and do audits for, and I guess that's one question, are we close? Number two, do you think, Mr. Tabb, that it would benefit the city to have an auditor, an independent auditor who only reports to the council, to make sure that we are aware of the spending practices and accounting practices that are needed to be updated, or the recommendations that you are making? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would recommend y'all have I wouldn't, some cities actually go out and get what they call a contractor internal auditor, right?
Mhm.
You could do that, or you can hire someone in-house. It's up to you, but you do need an internal auditor that reports to the council. And that comes up because if you come up with any issue, that should be brought up either starting with the council finance committee, and the committee says, this is an issue that we like to get our internal auditor to give us a special report on, right? And that's a process that needs to be in place. And I thought in the past, y'all had an internal auditor here. But
So we had an
a lot of
internal
changes.
auditor position within the city, and the auditor who worked on 21 before you, and in a previous audit, they recommended that we get an external third party independent auditor. And our city attorney drafted it would have to do that by home rule charter amendment. That was drafted, but also in the forensic auditor proposal response, they indicated that they're able to provide some service or guidance as it relates to that. And there might be some connection to how what we want that position to do based on the forensic audit. So we have an update on that tonight, hopefully. But I think we did get a draft of a home rule charter amendment, but understanding the forensic audit and the connection, I think we talked about previously, kind of letting those trail each other and let the forensic audit inform the function of that position, so that when we make the home rule charter amendment, we have everything included.
And also, Mr. Tabb, you have addressed two of the things that the previous auditor have addressed. You've addressed the asset and the processes, how they are inputting the vendors and documentation. And you've also noted that you have talked with staff about putting in protocols of how to implement the assets, and then also the liability versus the asset with the sanitation. However, and this may be because this will come up in the 22 audit, the situation with the hacking incident, that may not, I think that occurred in July. All right, so I didn't see it. You mentioned it. You mentioned the hacking process.
Yes, and what happened with that would be it'll be an expense in the general government portion of the financial statement, right? It'd have to be recorded. It'll be an expenditure, But I don't think that expenditure will take you in the red based on, you know, and that's one of those things that y'all probably need. It's kind of late now, but you should have went on and budgeted that and recognized that that transaction happened before you can say as a group, we knew about it and that it's got to be dealt with, right? But it is going to show up. It will show up in the 22 audit as a expenditure of the general fund.
Okay, so that was my question. Like, how would it show up, and on what line items? Because it hasn't been clear. It's not been made clear to us, like where the funding came from, and how does it show up in the line item, and how did they make the differences up? Like, for instance, if that large amount of money went out, where did it come out of the general funding? And if so, how did they make those fundings up? And I guess we were solvent enough where they didn't have to pull it out. It could have been, we were solvent based on your report. It appears that we might have been solvent enough where they didn't have to go and pull it out of another account to make up the differences.
Right,
of the hacking.
One of the things I've been telling the staff, I've been really impressed with the council. As I indicated to you, to do an audit that's ended June 21, we have to read every minute. We read every minute from July 20 to October 3rd, up to October 3rd, every minute, right? Mm-hmm. One of the things that was impressive about you were during COVID, you had the staff come and tell you what was in your pool account. So y'all was on top of it. They was on top of it, you was on top of it, right? So you knew that you had, I don't throw the number out, but you knew what that number was, right? And you said to yourself, if the number gets to this level, I'm going to lay people off, right? I mean, y'all had worked this in a plan, right? And so you were monitoring these resources, right? And so we got a good feel that staff, that was just a breakdown of, you got taken, but in terms of everybody being involved with what's going on, y'all was aware. You know what I'm saying? So that's controlled. I mean, it's like the ship was being really steered and y'all was watching it and making sure you thought about it all the time during that period of COVID. But you're right. You had so much resources that it was easy to do. I mean, it wasn't like somebody would have said, we don't have that money. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. I understand now. All right, and I was a part of that, the COVID budget when we were on the Zoom meetings, and we put in a plan to make sure that if our funding dropped, because what happened is we suspended, if people could not afford to pay the utilities, because a lot of people were paid off at the time, and we knew that we had a lot of students at home, and they depended on the utilities to make sure that our young folks were continuing to learn. And we knew that they were at a disadvantage. And so we were monitoring, and we had plans in place to say if we dropped below certain numbers, how we could do. And thank God we didn't have to lay off any employees during that time. And because we had a lot of reserves, we make sure that we put these reserves in place in the intention of a disaster. And so happened COVID came along.
And you're doing, and right now, based on what we see, you're doing good financially too.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. Speaking of FY22, when would that audit be completed?
We're shooting to try to have it done by January 31, 2024.
It keeps moving. First we were told November, then we were told the end of December, and now it's January 31st.
Well, that's not our call. We can only start.
Can you talk in the mic for me so everyone?
I'm sorry. That's not our call. We just got trial balances, the basis for the financial statements over the weekend. So, we're running into a point right now where you're talking about Christmas. We've been working hard, And
it is a two-way process. And so interim city manager, we need to prioritize this. And I mean, I'm not sure. I know we have other things from a financial perspective, but we need to be getting the auditors everything they request when they request it. I'm saying this to you moving forward, because what Mr. Tab is telling me is he just got some information over the weekend for audits that we were told that were initially going to be completed in November 30th of 2023. Then we were told it's going to be the end of this month. But of course, if you just got documents over the weekend, you can't complete it by then.
When we were talking about getting it done, one time we were talking about getting it done at the end of November, then December 15th. But we were, that was back in October 15th. We said, well, we can get this audit done October 3rd, 2nd, which you'll see on the report, right? And we thought we could get there by, this date. But,
Yeah, but you need information.
But we can't because we're just not getting the information. So I don't want it, and we want to be able to work with you and get the work done. But, this is not like building a house, I mean, they pieces we putting together
Absolutely.
here, you know what I mean? There's a lot of reading and analyzing.
And a lot of following, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Everything should connect them.
Everything is connected. So when you look at that report, the report is so, I don't know why Gatsby did it, but anyway, it's complicated from the standpoint that you're taking governmental funds and putting them on an accrual basis like a business, right? But everything on there. And then you're doing it for the enterprise fund the same way. But then you get to the governmental fund, and guess what? If you look at those governmental financial statements, there's not a lot of liabilities because liabilities are only out for 60 days. Revenues, you only anticipate for 60 days out. So y'all managing the government based on a governmental fund, but your audit has got to be based on a full accrual basis. Now you got to reconcile all that in those financial statements. That was a lot of different kind of things to try to get together. And it just don't happen instantly. And you got to start with a trial balance, before we can start putting it together. And your staff is doing a good job. They're working with us. They're working with us to get this done.
City clerk, I don't know if she was involved in the process, but I know there was extensive presentation and discussion with us about the Camp Creek TAD payoff, paying it off early, and that council was aware and authorized that moving forward. And so that's not something that we weren't aware of. I'm not sure where the records fell on that. I'm not sure if y'all talked to the city clerk or tried to figure that out from that perspective, but you had mentioned that that was something that should have been brought to council's attention. We were well aware. And even the bond attorneys and the financial advisors, everyone came to present to us to make that recommendation for us to pay those off earlier. So I don't know if they're in executive session minutes. I don't think it would have been executive session, but we probably need to engage the clerk. I know you've already done this report, but just moving forward, we need to make sure we have that information. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Next up is update on forensic audit, interim city manager Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Tab. Mayor and Council, item number 4 will be our forensic audit update. Will be presented from our finance department, Ms. Cynthia Hammonds.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and
Back.
Council.
Good evening.
Thank you, Cynthia Hammond, Deputy Finance Director. Last week, we had the kickoff meeting on December 12th for the forensic audit. There were 9 requirements that they had at that time. As of today, we've submitted all of those requirements except for 2. I should have one of them tomorrow, and I'm waiting on IT for access to BSNA for the 3 members of the team that'll be working on the forensic audit. They provided additional comments, but they asked that Attorney Williams present those to you all in executive session.
Okay, thank you so much. Did they give you a timeline?
Yes, it's in that information that they provided to him.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions on the forensic audit updates? It sounds like we will be having some discussion on a legal matter in executive session regarding this tonight.
Correct.
Okay. So that's at least one. I don't see anyone else chimed in. Thank you so much. Good to have you here this evening.
Thank you.
Update on policing, interim city manager Reeves. Weems and Reed. Yeah, you got 2 E's in the middle. You see how it's throwing me off? Interim city manager Reeves.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Cynthia. The next item will be the item number 5, update on policing. will be presented by City Council and Major Copeland from the City of East Point Police Department.
All right, Madam Mayor, council members, I'm Major Copeland. Got a brief update on police update. I'm gonna start with staffing. We have 12 new officers in training. We hired 7 officers in the last 2 weeks. We have 5 ranking officers retired, so we're in the process of replacing those positions. We have increased our traffic unit to handle the traffic complaints. We have a marketplace shopping detail, which consists of uniform officers, plainclothes officers, and working with Atlanta Police. We got the Eye in the Sky grant has funded. We are moving towards installing the cameras, the real-time crime center, possibly in January, and have it completed by March. The school speeding zone cameras also should be installed in January. We had a great meeting with the hotel managers on the 13th of this month right here in this chambers, discussing car break-ins. Car break-ins is still a problem in every city. We have made several arrests of juveniles, but they get right back out. When it comes to the squatters who have fake leases, the court is requiring them to have a hearing before we can do any evictions. The chief of police is working with the city attorney to remove the squatters. And finally, the chief said he will update you in January and go over all the stats for the year.
Thank you so much for the update, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The holiday season is upon us and people are still Christmas shopping. How are we doing over in the Camp Creek Marketplace? Can you kind of give us a little update, like with holiday shopping, those kind of things? And also, can you also advise residents to make sure that they're not putting things in their car or leaving like the laptops and the gifts and all those kind of things? Like advice for us for the holidays.
Okay, yes, ma'am. We have officers patrolling that area along with Atlanta Police. They have what they call their administrative patrol, with all their administrative officers in Atlanta are actually on the street patrolling the marketplace. And we have plainclothes out there also. And we do ask that people don't leave, valuable items in their vehicles like laptops, cell phones, guns, purses, wallets. Because, a perp walk by, the opportunity, he sees opportunity, he's going to take it.
Well, thank you so much. I don't see any other lights in. Thank you for that. And we will have this on our January 8th work session agenda, the monthly update on policing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up, 2023 Homestead exemptions. Councilmember Bailey, Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We actually have a presentation about this topic presented by Mr. Jackson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city of East Point has 4 separate homestead exemptions that are filed separately from Fulton County. They are the HO1, which is our regular homestead. We have an HO4, which is an overage homestead. We have an HO5, which is a veteran disabled. And then we have an HO6, which is the disabled homestead. What you see in front of you and what's on the board just breaks down increases of the exemption amount if we were to go forward with trying to increase it. On the second line, you'll see on the first 3 lines, you're going to see it at 13 millage rates, which is what we have now. Then I broke it down to 12 mills, which is in the second set, and then 14 mills, which is in the third set. The exempt amount that we have now is on line 2, and we have approximately 2,600 HO1s. If you look at the relief that each property gets, which is around $26 based on 13 mills of 2,000, and you multiply that time to 2,600, that's a total exempt amount of 67,000. Which we will not have to be, which will reduce our net taxes collected by that amount. If we increase it to 4,000, that's going to increase the relief to each taxpayer by $52. That's going to multiply that time to 26, the number that we approximately have, that's going to be a total exempt amount of $135,200. That's going to be reducing our net taxes collected. If I drop down to the 12 mil rate and leave it at the same, we're going to collect around 24 per property, and that's going to give us a total exempt amount of $62,400. If we raised it to 6,000 with the 12 mil rate, we're going to be looking at 72 per property, 2,600 properties multiplied, going to give us $187,200. As you can see, as you increase the mill rate, it increases the amount that we collect. If you decrease it, it decreases the amount we collect. If you start looking at amounts in the tens of thousands, you're going to be increasing anywhere from, if we increased at 13, 130 would be the savings to the residents. 260 exempt would give us at 20,260, and at 30,390. So the more you increase it, the more we're going to have a net taxable that's uncollected by the city.
So I'm a little confused about the presentation.
Okay.
It says 2023 homestead exemption, but then we're talking about different millage rates. I think we set the millage rate for 2023.
My understanding, and if I'm wrong, my understanding was what would an increase in homestead look like if we were to increase the homestead? The homestead exemption is the same every year. But my understanding was when you asked for what would it take if we were to increase or decrease the millage rate? That's what my understanding was. These are the figures that I gave you.
All right, so the task is, and I'm kind of confused about this. I'm kind of confused about your numbers. The task is to offer the East Point residents who are homeowners extra homestead exemption. A lot of cities are doing it because taxes are rising so fast. A lot of our residents who are owning our homes cannot keep up with the payment of paying the taxes and their mortgages and the transportations and food and everything else. So what we're trying to do is trying to take a look at, if we raise homestead exemptions, they will give homeowners in East Point a break. What happened is we have about 38,000 residents in the city of East Point. I guess I'm taking your number, HO1's homestead exemption in the HO1 category. We have 2,600 housings that are owned by families.
That are owned by people that have filed for the HO1.
Okay, so it looks like, okay, so if you only have 2,600 people, we got 38,000 residents, we get over 100,000 residents in the city per day. And then, so that means if we got about 38,000 people, we got an average of about 15,000 homes in this, that are filled with occupants in the city of East Point. So 2,600, when we look at the rate at 2,600, and we're gonna raise 2,600 people homestead exemption to give them a break, is really not taking that major of a majority from the taxes that we receive. What we're trying to do is to make sure the homeowners benefit from the homestead exemption. Based on your numbers, I don't see it as a major deficit from the collection of taxes. This is something that is plausible. The second quarter, you did that at 0.013 mil. And then you went and did it at, which is a good thing, 0.12. You just dropped it 1 mil if you gave them a homestead exemption. And the benefit to the families would be about $2 more. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so it really wouldn't give them really much of a discount. So, and the city will only collect less than $5,000 more based on what we have.
Yes, ma'am.
So what we want, if we're going to offer the homeowners a discount for homestead exemption, because what we want is we want to increase homestead home ownership in East Point, because now we are really a city of renters. Being the third largest city in the Fulton County District, we are still one of the largest cities that are renting more so than home ownership. We know that our city improves in value when we have more homeowners than we do renters. So it will give the homeowners an incentive, especially when the value is kind of low, if we gave our homeowners a higher rate in homestead exemption. And I really thank you for this analysis, because what you're saying to us that we can do it. We can, based on what our budget is, we can offer our homeowners somewhat of a relief in taxes. I see that you didn't take it down. I think you could take it down a little bit more. We're only talking about $2 for homeowners to do it. If we're going to do it, let's do it where it will really truly benefit. What happens is when we go to these community meetings, we hear the pain of our residents. I've had residents to say that they're dealing with some health issues. An older man was telling me in River Park that he was dealing with cancer and he could no longer afford to live here because the taxes on our taxes were so high. These are facts that we're getting everywhere we go. So in College Park, what they did was they raised a homestead exemption for homeowners to give their homeowners a relief. I think that we could do better. I think we could really look at maybe a 10 mil. I don't think that we will hurt if we offer homeowners a 0.10. Based on your numbers here, by even giving them a 0.12, it's only a $2 discount. That's not really a discount. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I understand
But
exactly.
but I love the analysis. I really do, because it kind of brought it home to me. But this is something that, and I'm glad we're doing it now. So what happened is when Fulton County make their recommendations, we as a city can say, this is what we want to offer our homeowners. Are we clear? And I know some other people have questions, so I'll yield.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I understand my colleagues' desire to help our property owners. I think the problem is what we're looking at doing is cutting our revenue when the real problem in property taxes is Fulton County and the school board. When you compare property taxes, I was trying to find the percentages. The municipal part of taxes collected is minimum compared to the school board, which is the majority in Fulton County. So there's been a proposal to increase or decrease the millage rate in which Fulton County charges in order to give some real relief. I think that the relief that my colleague is looking for must be done on the school board, or it must be done on the county, because we already don't charge enough to give the kind of sizable relief that she is looking for. And so I think if we were to do this, we need to start to have these conversations with those entities in order that we can protect our own budget.
Councilmember Bailey and Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, showing different analysis and ways to offer relief for homeowners. I hear what you're saying, Councilmember Butler, and I would like to see maybe going forward, there's more conversation and education around homestead exemption that are offered for Fulton County, East Point, and also even the school board, those kind of, the taxes that our residents pay, because I do feel like education will be helpful, especially going into the budget season.
Yes.
Our homeowners, we're residents, could benefit from some relief as far as taxes. Notice the millage rate. You presented information earlier about the different homestead exemptions that are applicable for East Point residents, and that was very helpful. I think you uploaded it to your page even. And as far as the millage rate, you presented about why you recommended the 13, and I see that that's there. I was reading and just researching other cities similar to ours, like Sugar Hill. They had a $2,000 exemption, and they moved it up to $30,000, and that does offer considerable benefit to residents. That's important because as we move into budget season, we can start thinking about and projecting if we were to give homeowners that level of benefit, then how would that impact the budget and impact other services that are being offered? Because I mean, it's just, as we know, taxes are increasing. A lot of the residents, including myself, I mean, the mortgages are going up. You're having to, and you're having to consider your total household expenses if you're having to buy medications and all of that. It's just a big, I guess, problem as far as budgeting for our residents. So I wanted you to present, Councilmember Renee wanted you to present about that so we can start thinking about ways to help our homeowners as far as tax relief. And so thank you for your presentation, and hopefully this can be an ongoing conversation to see how it would impact the budget.
Yes.
And also while helping our residents. Thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Jackson and I started a conversation probably about this time of the year last year.
Yes.
And we quickly realized that in his area of responsibility, he can show you the impact on the actual taxes per homeowner, per exemption, but not for the entire general fund budget as it relates to property taxes and where it fits in. And in our last conversation, we both agree that what will need to take place is for the council to come up with 1 or 2 levels of homeowners exemption numbers. And I want to use the adjective real numbers, because what you're trying to do is come up with a number that apparently really helps a homeowner. But I would suggest that you come up with maybe 2 or 3 numbers that you think are worthwhile, and then ask the finance division to take that request. Let Mr. Jackson go through the process to get an overall feel for the total impact. Now, you have to do that for one major reason. Property taxes in itself is only about, let me get the number right. I think it's about, it's less than 100%. It's less than 50%.
It's around 30.
I think it's closer to 29% of the total general fund budget. Okay, now right there in the ballpark, I hadn't calculated for a while. But what you got to realize when you start changing the sources of revenue for that general fund, reducing taxes can hurt your ability to do everything you need to do in the general fund, while at the same time, you're not helping that individual homeowner that much. You can't focus on one slice of the pie. You're going to have to look at the entire pie when you come up with your recommendation. I'm going to say everything I said another way. Out of all of the stuff you have the general fund do with the revenue it's collected, most of that money goes to public safety. Okay? You're paying the police officers so that their salaries can stay competitive with everybody around them. You're paying the fire department so we can buy these $700,000 to $1 million trucks and not get caught in the situation Atlanta's in by not keeping that hardware up. So it's not like it's impossible, but you have to know where you're going to bleed and what you need to shift. And that's one of the reasons why Mr. Jackson did not go into a whole lot of calculations, because there's too many other variables you got to take into consideration before you know exactly what you want to do. So if you have to start, come up with some numbers that you think are going to be meaningful to the homeowner. Keep in mind, like Councilman Butler just mentioned, the big dog on the porch is not the city. And the older you get, the more it becomes not the city, but the Fulton County School Board. And somewhere in between there is the smaller amount now for Fulton County, because so much of Fulton County now is, what's the term I want to use? Unindustrial. Most of that's been farmed out to South Fulton City now. So they don't really have that many responsibilities in the county. Your biggest dog is still now the Fulton County School Board for seniors, for those getting to be seniors. I think I said enough. Thank you.
So let me just say this before we wrap up. I do agree, Fulton County School Board gets the most out of property taxes. Then Fulton County and the cities are third. But unfortunately, what happens every year is that the millage rate gets presented, the recommendation gets presented to us by charter. The proposed budget, the proposed capital budget has to be to us in January. The proposed annual budget has to be to us in April. And we don't get the millage rate recommendation until then. And every year we talk about, well, what is, I think this year is a $4.5 million additional funding by not rolling back the millage rate. And we're like, what is it for? And it's, we were told it was the compensation study, public safety is kind of like, but not showing an itemization of how you get to the total 4.5 million, such that we can say to residents, this is why we need to keep the millage rate at this rate and not roll it back. The homestead exemption has come up several times. Our Councilmember Renee, even former Councilmember Callaway and Renee, when they were together in Ward B. I think unfortunately what happens is we have those discussions too late. And this past budget cycle, when we had it, it was, if we don't approve the millage rate by now, and then the revenue, the flow of revenue from property taxes would be delayed. And of course, we don't want to do that. I mean, we need to start having these conversations at February at the latest. February work session on millage rate and exemptions, and as was suggested, have a total picture so that we're not feeling rushed at the final hour to have to make a decision, and be able to articulate that. There's going to be, again, every year we have to deal with what is our millage rate is going to be. We don't need to wait until April or May. So we can go ahead and put on the February work session, a discussion on millage rate and exemptions. We can have a better understanding of where we are, potential discussion about millage rate, even if it's too early. I'd rather start early and be thinking about options versus waiting until this time. I mean, like, I think every year for at least probably the last 3 or 4 years, Councilmember Renee's been bringing this up. But unfortunately, we don't get the millage rate or discussion until we're on a timeline that we can't back out of. So I think if we start early, I was gonna say January, but I think that's a little bit too early. February, March at the latest, at least we'll have two to three work sessions to discuss it. Well, the budget has to be done in April. So yeah, if we start in February, that only gives us 2. But at least we're not waiting until that time. So I'm not sure what that date is, Madam City Clerk, but I think we should start talking about this in February. Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think that's a great idea. Also, I want to just suggest that perhaps it would be a presentation or some type of town hall involving Fulton County, involving the school board, so the residents have an education regarding the taxes and the homestead that are offered by Fulton County, and the taxes and what that looks like. Because I know Councilmember Butler mentioned about the big part of the taxes are coming from the school board. So if we had more of an education about that, maybe a collaboration between you and Fulton County School Board to have a joint presentation for residents to have a better understanding as we go into February.
I have spoken with Mr. Brian Gardner in Fulton County, and he's already stated that he would come out in March to have a town hall for the citizens.
Okay, so we still want to start in February?
I understand. What I wanted to say was, anything that we do in February would be, we would be talking about, we won't get the numbers until, still won't get the numbers until the end of July and August. So I won't know exactly what we will be getting as far as the appraisals of our properties are concerned. We're going to be operating in the blind until I get the numbers. But if you were to come up with a number that you want, I can work up what we would be doing. But I don't get the figures until the end of July. And then basically the confirmed figures are not out until August. And then that's when the timeline puts me in a point where we have to have it collected because I have to advertise. But I don't have a problem working if you say, okay, this is what I want. This is what we want the exemption to be. I can work up the numbers, but that's still not going to give us an accurate figure because we don't get the appraisal values until August.
Maybe in February at the work session, you can bring what the other cities in the county are doing as it relates to exemptions. Because I don't want us to just pull a number out of the sky. And that can kind of give us something to talk about, and maybe we can give you a recommendation in February.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All righty.
I can do that.
Yep.
You're welcome. Mhm.
Any committee reports? Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Bailey.
Just briefly, the Budget Committee will meet tomorrow virtually, as we have done. We will discuss both October and November budget variances.
Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a pleasure serving as the chair of the HR committee. We were going to meet and discuss timelines for implementing the performance evaluations for our direct reports. We just felt it would be better if the incoming administration and whomever the mayor nominates to be the HR committee, that they come together and move forward, if that's the will of the council, to develop that timeline. We just thought it was inappropriate for us to do it since we wouldn't be on council for the upcoming year. It's been a pleasure, like I mentioned, serving as a chair. And I think that concludes what I have to say about the HR committee.
All righty, next up, adoption of council agenda. And I'll just note for the record, item number 7 has been changed to worn, body worn camera. Is there a motion regarding council agenda?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to accept the council agenda as printed.
So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up, approval of city council minutes from the November 20th meeting of the East Point City Council.
Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the city council minutes.
Second.
All those in favor? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the approval of the minutes from the December 11th work session of East Point City Council. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to the work session minutes.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. We don't have any public hearings tonight. Do we have any public comments?
We have 3 public comments.
Thank you so much. Chapter 2, Section 2-2002BB, Rule 28. The public may speak during the public comment section of the comment forum prior to the start of the meeting. Subject may include any subject of choice. There will be a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers that have signed up to speak may give all or part of their time up to 3 minutes to another speaker for a total of 6 minutes of speaking time. Speakers may address the council only once during this time of the agenda. Speakers must identify themselves and their address prior to speaking. Questions from the speakers may not be addressed during the public speaking section of the agenda. East Point residents will have priority over other speakers. There will be a total of not more than 60 minutes for the public speaking section of the agenda. Speakers may only address the presiding officer. Speakers shall all rules of decorum. No debate, disrespect, or obscenity shall be tolerated. The presiding officer shall rule any such individual out of order that fails to comply with the foregoing. Madam City Clerk, you may call the.
Up first, we have Ms. Ruth Fleming. Oh, okay. All right. All right, Mr. Ralph Berry.
Ms. Fleming, did you want to give your time to Mr. Berry?
Ralph Berry, 2502 Jefferson Terrace in Ward B. 2023 has been a really difficult year. Nobody, I think, was prepared for what we all found out July 17th. And I don't think anybody has really been confident about how to respond to it since then. Public confidence was really shaken. Many of us found ourselves wondering whom we could trust. People got blamed many times unfairly. There were, in the absence of information, a lot of people assumed the worst. And in the process, some old wounds that everybody here wants to see heal threatened to open up. It's been a difficult year. And the difficulties aren't over yet. We're still waiting on the forensic auditor's report. The DA's office is still carrying on its investigation. The Secret Service hasn't made any arrests yet. Our cybersecurity claim is still under appeal. And council faces the difficult but crucial task of hiring a city manager who has the determination and skill to confront several of the issues that came up in the last 6 months. So what I want to wish for all of you is that after tonight's meeting, I hope you can go home, surround yourself with family, friends, loved ones, eat too much, drink too much, and for the next couple of weeks, do your best to forget about the city and its problems. And in this season of hope and new beginnings, I want to say to all of you, but in particular to those of you who won't be back in January, thank you for your hard work on our behalf, for your goodwill in the face of criticism, for your integrity, and for your leadership. And most of all, thank you for getting us through this very difficult year.
Up next, we have Ms. Sharon Lovett.
Sharon Lovett, 2830 Delow Drive. First of all, happy holidays to each and every one of you for this season. I think the mayor and the city council should know what's going on and all the negativity that's on a private Facebook page with negative comments posted. So a lot of it is racist and negative, and it's all about all of you all. They are calling black men grifters, which is a con artist. They are insinuating that a certain group of people are dumb and stupid. And they revealed the former mayor, Pittman, as a cockroach. And one of them is the elected Ward A, Eric Freeman. So, I'm wondering how he's gonna work with the council member of Ward A and the mayor when most of them have something negative to say. Some of them were saying that the mayor was being a bully and you would disorganize the city staff and you all are clowns, all of you. Not me, but this is what they say. Okay, they were saying that Roberson was riding around sticking campaign material on mailboxes illegally. I know you didn't. Okay, and they also stated that Shropshire couldn't construct a logical sentence, and I know you can't. But a lot of these comments out there, and I know they may not be here today, but they are out there. They're permanent comments on their private Facebook page. And I received the second letter from a concerned resident today in the mail. And Eric said that the mayor uses equity and inclusion as a camouflage for your actual agenda, and you ain't the least bit interested in diversity or community agreement. Now, this is what I read. I am not making it up. I didn't call everybody's name that's on this private page, but it's a lot of hatred and racism and negativity that's out there. So my question to Eric is, even whether he's here or not, I don't even know him, but how are you gonna work with Ward A City Council with all of the hatred and the negativity that you have out there? How are you going to collaborate, communicate, navigate, make policy decisions, approve ordinances, resolutions, and other local legislation to govern the health, welfare, and safety of our city residents if you are so negative towards Ward A Council Member Shropshire and the mayor? And he also stated he loves seeing the attorney as a Godzilla. Thank you.
Those are all the public comments we have this evening.
Thank you for the public comments this evening, and to all who are watching online. As our rule indicates, we can't address public comments at this time, but I surely will have a lot to say later. Consent agenda items number 7 through 24. There a motion to approve the consent agenda items 7 through 24.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move that we approve consent items number 7 through 24.
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is fiscal year ending 2023 budget amendment number 2. Can I get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
Yes. Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for the fiscal year ending in 2023 budget amendment for possible action.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Interim City Manager Reeves.
Madam Mayor and Council, Finance Committee will present item number 25, fiscal year ending 2023 budget amendment number 2. Mr. Shannon Gold.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. This budget amendment is to close out fiscal year 2023. In it, we have about $12,217,895 that we're increasing the revenue from 188,490,963 to 200,708,858. Of that revenue, the general fund has 4.1 million. Hotel motel, we're increasing it by 1.3. Solid waste, we're increasing it by 596,000. Capital projects, 798,000. Camp Creek TAD, 4.6 million. Corridors TAD, 496,000, and 50 Worst, 100,000, and City Hall, 89,000, for a total of 12,217,895. It's the door.
What's wrong with the door? That literally the door is about to fall off. We don't need no entries tonight. Oh, Jesus. Is there any, Member Cook, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, make a motion to waive the first reading.
A second.
Then moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I'm gonna go to Councilmember Cook because you had the title of the ordinance in front of you. Can we get a motion?
Yes. Madam Mayor, I move that we that we adopt an ordinance tonight by the City Council of the City of East Point, Georgia, to amend the budget for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2023.
Second.
No, you gotta finish reading it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
To provide for an effective date and for other purposes, be it ordained by the mayor and council of the City of East Point, and it is hereby ordained by the authority of same that the new budget be approved at the amount of, and make sure I have this correct, $200,708,858.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action on RFP for auditing service. And we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we open the floor for possible action on the RFP for accounting services.
Second.
Auditing.
Auditing.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Interim City Manager Reeves. I see staff at the table. At the podium. I'll turn it over to you.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council. Item number 26, council discussion and possible action on RFP 2024-1844 for auditing service will be presented by Finance and Contracts Procurement. Mr. Durham Lawrence, excuse me.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. Last time we were here, we were talking about the scores between Tab and PJC Group. And we're going to revisit you all's decision in regards to that. Tab came in at 85. PJC Group came in at 83.
Madam Mayor,
Say again? I know, yes, Malden and Jenkins came in at 76.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve Tab to do the auditing services as based on the scores provided.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Yes. Councilmember Cook and Butler, you all in for the motion?
I'm in for the motion.
Councilmember Renee and Councilmember.
I was
Sharp.
in.
Councilmember Sharp and Councilmember Renee.
I have a question. What's the experience on both of them for as city audit?
So Tab has done the City of Atlanta. PJC Group has done Fulton County.
So Tab is only doing one city? And
Well, no, they have multiple cities. I mean, off the top of my head, I know that City of Atlanta is one of them.
and the other one is only done Fulton County?
No, they too have done multiple, but
Multiple cities and counties?
correct,
Cities here, counties here?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had this discussion at work session, and I thought we were all favoring the auditor PJC, please forgive me. And the reason why is because the information, you know, they were one of the top. They had the experience doing a lot of the other municipalities, and they came with a higher, well, actually, you know, I guess, I don't know if Google has, right. They came with 2 points lower than Tab. And I thought that the council had stated in the previous council meetings that we will, I guess we're voting on what now, but not necessarily just the recommendation that you guys bring to council. We had a robust discussion about that, about like their background, how they handle how they are experienced in dealing with municipalities. They dealt with Atlanta School Board, Atlanta, DeKalb County, and their experience dealing with municipalities was so much heavier than Tab and Tab. And when Tab and Tab gave us our first budget review, none of us were able to read it. And then tonight we get the explanations or the supplements at 6:30, and we're trying to read it and catch up and understand it while he's giving it to us. I just think that we deserve better. I talked to a lot of council members about the budget that we received from Tab and Tab. I'm not discouraging their professionalism, but it was very difficult to follow. The supplement was easier to follow tonight based on the breakdown. And had we had to supplement, maybe to go with the analysis that he gave us ahead of time, I probably would have made a different decision. But I'm looking for realities and to make sure that we help move the city forward with a better understanding of how we deal with budgets. We've gone through having auditors for 20 years, and some of the stuff that the other auditor found, we should have caught that 10 years ago. But we didn't catch it because the auditors, we continue to go with the same auditors and seem like they continue to produce the same things. And so maybe if we give fresh eyes on documentations, we will get a better understanding of how we're moving the city forward. I yield.
Councilmember Cook.
Staff, I want to make sure I'm correct on this. The financial report that Tab and Tab gave tonight basically follows the format for the CAFR. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yes, it follows the format for the annual financial report.
That's another way of saying, I don't care who the auditor is, that financial report is going to basically look the same because we're following a set format.
That's correct.
All right. This audit did not discover any major findings compared to fiscal year 2020. But we know that we may have some out there because we're still behind on auditing as it relates to what should we be on now, fiscal year 2023. So we're not really going to see anything. Well, I don't want to say that, that locks us in. But if there's going to be anything gut-wrenching different, it's going to be when we're looking at a different set of financing process. That's another way of saying what was in 21 will probably show up in fiscal year 22 and maybe 23 because we're just that far behind.
That's correct.
All right. When we pick Tab and Tab to come in and help us get back on track, what was the rationale behind picking them? What made you feel good about going with that particular audit?
That they had the experience with a larger municipality. They've done it for years, going back to the 80s.
Compared to the group that we did use.
Correct.
All right. And given any auditing firm worth existing, we expect them to have been around for a while anyway, but more importantly, that they have actually audited municipalities using the accounting system, the accounting process, and accounting rules that favor municipalities. When I say favor, we really talk about you're going to really review the stuff that we do. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I found Tab and Tab's presentation to be very compelling. I was very impressed by the fact that they had read every minute for years, from 2020 to the present. I found that in the effort to be expedient, in order that when we get this audit done quickly, that we get with someone who's already familiar. If we go with a new company at this time, then they would have to catch up to where Tab and Tab has already done the work. So with those facts being stated and the fact that he recommended that we do a recount of our audits, which is one of the troubling things, and based upon the fact that he had 5 points where he wanted us to see improve, I found his testimony before this council to be very credible. Therefore, I recommend that we go in with tab and tab.
I'll just add context because it is very clear. I think the first document that we got from tab and tab, and we were told that it was the audit, may have been 4 or 5 pages. May have been. Yeah, don't look puzzled. Y'all put it on the table just like tonight, and it was like 4 or 5 pages. Maybe it was just their opinion letter. It was not this at all. We asked and we were told that that was the audit. We know we seen something differently. And I think the last meeting I pulled up the CAFR, there's over 200 and some pages for fiscal year 2020, because 2021 is still not on the website. And this doesn't look like the CAFR either. So for context, it is not like what was said didn't happen. We were provided 4 pieces, 4 to 5. It was a very paper staple, very thin document, front and back. And we were told that that was the audit for 21. And that caused grave concerns. So it's good to see that we have something more tonight. But why do we have to ask for it? And why do we have to wait for it? Because that first document, we're in December. We probably got that in October or September. Like, we got it several months ago. It wasn't last month. It wasn't in November. So at least October. We're now in December and we're just getting this. So I don't know what the disconnect was, but it existed. Be very, very clear. FY21, just tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, I have to go back and look at the minutes. I think we took some action prior to this on those 4 or 5 pages. I could be wrong. FY22, still do. It's a moving target. Each month we get told a different month. And then by the time this year ends, we should be in FY23. And so that's what this agenda item is for. In order to rebuild trust, we have to take actions that support that. And we have to move expeditiously. The firm that we had for almost 20 years, Banks, Finley, and White, continued to tell us that they were going to do the FY21 audit as up to November of 2022. In November 2022, they said we can start the 2021 audit in middle of January 2023. They got asked a question about that overvaluation of assets on the next day. So the first day they said they can do it by middle of January 2024. They got asked by Ms. Hammond about overvaluing the assets. The next day they were supposed to meet about the audit, and then the day after, 48 hours or less, they withdrew and left this city without an audit for 2 years. I had talked about trying to get another auditing firm several times prior to that because of concerns with Banks, Finley, and White. But nevertheless, we are here where we are now. I don't know what the holdup is. And again, interim city manager Reeves, you just got in this position. Tomorrow will be a week. But what was shared tonight is that they just got trial balances over the weekend for FY 2022. And in October, we were supposed to get it at the end of November. I think at the update on last week, and Mr. Golden, you were here, they said it was going to be at the end of December. And now they just got documents. So interim city manager Reeves, I know you have a lot that you're managing. This must be a priority. This must be a priority. So there's a motion on the floor to approve tab and tab LLC for the 2023 auditing services. It's been seconded. We're in discussion. Councilmember Bailey, are you in for discussion?
Yes. Go ahead. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a point that I'm not sure how much of it is, if we can say that it's related to tab and tab, not following through, or other variables that we're not clear of. Because he presented well, I believe, and mentioned that he got the documents and ready to move forward. So the delay, my opinion, may not have come from tab and tab. So that's just a comment I wanted to make.
Yeah, and let me be clear. For me, it doesn't matter who's the delay. It didn't sound like it was him. He said he just got documents this weekend. He clearly can't work before he gets documents. I mean, from July to December. And each month is moving. It has to be done. Like, I know there's a lot of work that happens, but I don't know. And Councilmember Cook, your light's still on.
Madam Mayor. Yes, my comment was related to whether or not we're going to go with this company versus a different company. So I agree as far as the delay, it's problematic, but I was just weighing in on the question or the motion and discussion related to that.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to attribute the delay to them, not based on what they told us tonight. So I don't see any other. All those in favor? All those opposed? No. Roll call.
Councilmember Robertson? Councilmember Renee? Councilmember Bailey? Councilmember Cook? Councilmember Butler? Councilmember Gordon? Councilmember Shropshire? The motion passed.
Can we get the engagement letter ASAP? I know we just approved working with them. We not have to bring the engagement letter to council with the amount for that year. And can we get that by January 2nd? Like, that's more than enough time. So we can get that moving. Because I can't sign it until council approves it. Next up is council review and approval, animal services, Fulton County intergovernmental agreement. Can we get a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action?
Mayor.
Can we get a motion? Yes, Councilmember
I'd like to
Renee.
make a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action for the council review and approval of the animal service Fulton County intergovernmental agreement.
Moved, is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. I see interim city manager Reeves light on. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. This item number 27 for the council review of animal service for Fulton County intergovernmental agreement. We'd like to move this to the January work session. Our city attorney and I have discussed some items with them, and we need to meet with them to get further information so we can present it to you properly.
Great. We were told that it was a time sensitive, but we have more time. Interim city attorney Williams.
We were told that it was time sensitive. They haven't necessarily given us more time, but I've made it clear to them that this body does not feel comfortable going forward with what was put before it. And as such, we will be scheduling that meeting.
All right, so then we need to put this on the January 2nd meeting or the January 8th work session?
Work session.
January 8th work session. Okay. Next up is item number 28, council discussion and possible action on adoption of streets. Council, is there a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action? Councilmember Shropshire.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action on the adoption of streets.
Councilmember Shropshire, it's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried. Councilmember Renee.
Madam Mayor, I like to make I actually like to make a motion to approve the adoption of streets.
We have to do a first reading first.
Oh, okay, you want to do that first?
We're gonna move forward with the ordinance. We have to waive the first reading,
Okay.
but is there any discussion before doing that? Everybody, okay. Councilmember Renee.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading.
Been moved and properly seconded that we waive the first reading. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance to adopt streets.
Is there a second, Councilman Shropshire? It's a motion to adopt the City of East Point's Adopt the Street Program ordinance. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action on alcohol consumption hours at businesses. Councilmember Shropshire.
I would like to make a motion that we open up the floor for discussion and possible action on alcohol consumption hours of business.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Councilmember Shropshire.
Do we have the ordinance that we can pull up?
Yeah, we can pull it up on the screen. Yeah, but while it's trying to.
Is that the new ordinance or the old one?
This is a new one.
Okay. So it
I-
should, no, what were you gonna say?
I just have a question, in city attorney, I got an interim, actual, city attorney Weems, if we can look at E1, that's where my questions are gonna come in. Go ahead, Councilmember Shropshire, and then Councilmember Renee, E1 of the current ordinance.
I'll yield.
Yes, Madam Mayor. While I do think we have a problem with the one particular business that's affecting our health and welfare, I think we should focus on that as opposed to making other businesses suffer, because we have a lot of businesses both in downtown and outside of downtown that stay open later, and they do good business. And I think we shouldn't have to punish those businesses just to root out one bad business, especially when we have the tools necessary to deal with that particular business. My question then is to the city attorney. In our last conversation, we discussed that this business may be operating outside of a court order for which they voluntarily agreed to. Do we have any information if they have done that?
I had the opportunity actually last week, when the statement was made, to speak to the officer who heads up the security detail from East Point Police, and his contention is that they've been closing at 11 o'clock, and that someone had to have been misinformed that they were going to be, he was going to go back, speak with his clients, I guess, and then get back with us. In addition to that, I took that as the opportunity to also remind him that they would not be able to modify the order or the consent agreement that is currently an order until at such time they had presented a safety plan to the police chief and the fire chief. And he was aware of that. And we talked a little bit about that because he had questions.
Is it possible for us to modify the alcohol ordinance by stating if a company is found to be a nuisance to the city, then we revoke their ability to sell alcohol, thus targeting our action to the companies that don't comply while allowing those who do good business to stay in business at the hours we have designated. Can we do that?
Yes, I believe you can, because if you found that they violated it, meaning that they've been deemed a nuisance, part and parcel of the chief's ability to sort of spontaneously make a determination as to whether or not he's going to issue a business license would rest inside of what you're asking. The issue becomes, well, that would be something, I guess, for the chief to make a determination of as relates to how he sparses that out and, you know, how he keeps up with that. But legally, can it be done? I believe so. Off the top of my head, it would sound like something that doesn't give me angst.
I think that with a particular business, we have clearly defined that they're a nuisance by the 2 homicides that have occurred on that property, and in addition to their infringement on the quality of life of those residents in that area based upon the parking. I've seen the videos of the parking where the patrons park in Center Park's neighborhood streets, and it's egregious as to how they block the parking where people can't even get to their home. I would be willing to support an ordinance if we were to strengthen those nuisance laws and apply those where applicable. And then that way we can target businesses that don't meet the standards of East Point.
That's a great idea in theory. Our nuisance ordinance is pretty strong. Once a business has been identified as a potential nuisance, they go through, pull all the 911 CADs, and they add up what we call points, and you get a certain number of points for whatever call has come to your unit, to your business or your home. And then you go before the court if you have not submitted a plan to rehabilitate the nuisance issue. If you can rehabilitate the nuisance issue, the police department doesn't necessarily file the petition for a nuisance. But if you do not remedy and rehabilitate it, then of course it is put before the court, because the court determines whether or not there's an actual nuisance. We just put the evidence before the court to make that determination.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. I believe all the businesses that were in question closes at 2:00 anyway, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's been provided, and it's only one. Well, some of them closes at 2 and only one closes at 3, and one opens up after midnight and don't close until 5. With so much going on about this ordinance and the time that the people can close, the city is probably going to get hit with a lot of people wanting to come and open up restaurants, but really disguising clubs, but disguising them as restaurants, because the fact that we have a ordinance that says 5:00. So, and I believe when chairs and the other people spoke, they closed at 2 with the exception of 1. I think this ordinance will do just what it needs to do. I don't think anyone's business is going to be hurt if they're already closing at 2. So it's just a step forward. You can always go back and tweak it and change it. But right now, we have a problem on our hands that we need to deal with. And I do believe that this is one of the best way to handle it. Atlanta have their restaurants closing at 2. Hateville have their restaurants, I believe, Madam Mayor, is it 12? So I don't see what's the hesitant in doing what needs to be done for the residents who have been affected by what's going on in their communities. And on that, I'll yield.
Yeah, I'd like to, with no other lights in before I started, I would like to just say this. I appreciate Center Park Neighborhood Association residents for their advocacy around this. I apologize for the negative impacts on the quality of life that they've experienced over years, like quite some time. It is unfortunate the level of violent acts that have occurred. I appreciate James Gonzalski for providing information to us, researching. He's read a lot. And some documents that he sent me, I talked about it at a previous, I think it was the work session, but he sent an article from back, I feel like it might have been 2003 or something, but it was a while ago, maybe 2013. I can't remember the year. But the last call in East Point used to be 2 a.m. So I'm not sure how we got from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. But what we know right now is, and it's not just over in Center Park, we've had issues with other businesses that come here and act as restaurants. And we are trying to deal with that. 5 a.m. in the morning, I mean, I don't do a lot of drinking, but we're not Vegas. We're not trying to stay open all night, every day. That is not the culture that our residents have shared with us that they want. Even in our downtown, like we're not trying to be that community. Yes, businesses can stay open. It just means they have to stop serving alcohol by a certain period of time. We don't want people hopping from other places to come here and continue to get inebriated and wreak havoc on the quality of life of our residents. The reason I asked about E1 in 1058, because that deals with sale of wine or malt beverages for on-premises consumption. And it also has 5 a.m. and then it has 2:55. I guess that's for Sunday, early Sunday morning. And then to 5 a.m. on Monday. So there's another provision in this same section of 11-1058 that would allow wine or malt beverages to be sold until 5 a.m. I think if we're going to do 2 a.m., we need to do it. F1 deals with sale of distilled spirits by the drink for on-premises consumption. I think we need to deal with all of it so you don't have people saying, oh, we're just selling wine and malt beverages and not distilled spirits. So I think we can do this one or two ways. We can table it for it actually to be entered in here and changed, and then remove it from the table before this meeting is over so we can address both of those provisions. I don't see the other ones are either like earlier, so we wouldn't have that issue. Or we could go ahead and I could try to read this into it and you make it a part of it as read. It's probably better if we can table it and actually put it in there. But E1 also has the 5 a.m. reference. And then 2 deals with New Year's Day. And there's
It's holidays, and section 2 really kind of just deals with holidays, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, it says Monday, January 1st to 2:55. So just know that's another area where it's beyond 2 o'clock. That for consistency's sake, we probably should address that one. I'm not sure where the 2:55 time came from. I don't know if is that a state statute or 2:55 just seems like an interesting time. But yeah, E1.
255. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. To your point, 255, I think follows 337 on your OCGA.
OCGA. So that might be a yeah, it says except that's provided by 3-3-7, but in 2 there's no reference to a state statute. So I'm just bringing out the times that'll be on 2. E1, E2, and F1, which we have here. So we have a couple more items. I would love for us to deal with this tonight. I think our residents are expecting that that consent order is temporary. And again, I mean, it's kind of like if the Georgia legislature creates a new law, even if somebody is operating it moving forward, I think it controls their actions moving forward while it can't go back. So what is the desire? Councilmember Bailey?
Yes, ma'am, Mayor. I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Butler's statement about the parking. And in order, even during the approved business hours, we are working with the chief of police and installing no parking signs on the side streets that impact the neighbors, so we can reduce that parking no matter what time they have, in case they have an overflow, so we can make sure those neighbors on the side streets of the restaurants won't be impacted by parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a clarifying question regarding the one restaurant that's impacting Center Park neighborhood, which totally against that, of course, affecting their quality of life. Is it accurate that they are currently closing at 12?
They say 11, Councilmember Bailey. That's what the police officer who's out there stated to me on that evening by message, and then again on the following day. So I asked if he would double check that, but he said he's always there during that time. He can confirm it. I'm just really, at this point, I really would like to see, and I've encouraged him to get the safety plan in, because once the safety plan comes in, it's going to clearly identify and delineate what they can and cannot do, and put those safeguards and stopgaps in place that's going to give that community the relief I think they're asking for.
Okay, so they are closing, well, I guess 11, actually a lot earlier than this ordinance says. My concern is that two businesses that are operating in our city without problems, it's going to impact them. Pyramid they close at 3. They'll be closing at 2. Spun Divots, which is in the hotel district, they are going to be impacted as well. I'm not sure. I don't know enough knowledge about the level of impact of Spun Divots if they close it too, how that will impact that area in the hotel area. So that would be my concern. Just those two, we're passing this ordinance, is going to impact those two businesses, and they haven't had any incidences that I'm aware of. Whereas the one business that has had a lot of instances, they are closing earlier than this time. So that's just my concern, but I'm definitely in support of giving Center Park residents the support they need to improve their quality of life while not penalizing restaurants who are currently open, because we want to be a city that's friendly to businesses.
Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. Spun Divots won't be affected because, one, it should be in here that they have to be 150 feet away from residential. Spun Divot is nowhere near residents. It's surrounded by hotels. Pyramid, maybe, but we never said you have to close your restaurant. We just said it's saying you have to stop serving alcohol. So if you're selling food, you can continue to do that. So I hope that kind of helps with the situation. Thank you. Oh, and I want to make a motion that we table this with
the end of the agenda.
Corrections, to get the corrections.
Until the end of it's been moved and properly second that we table this item to the end of the agenda discussion. I would just say that oftentimes when we make decisions, it's a balancing act. And I'm always going to weigh the quality of life of residents higher than that of businesses. Businesses are here to serve the people in our community first. And I think, well, the people who live here are my supervisors. And I think when we have to do this balancing act, we should be weighing the interest of our residents and taking that into consideration and giving that more consideration than what I hear we're giving businesses. The residents have spoken. They didn't ask. The recent communication indicates that they're not looking for the distance requirement. They just want the time. And so, in favor of tabling the item to the end of the agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. The item is tabled. Madam City Clerk, please remind me I have a note on my agenda, but please remind me to remove it from the table, get a motion to remove it from the table before comments from council. Next up, council discussion and possible action on non-owner occupied certification. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like for us to move this to the January work session.
Well, I guess it's on the agenda. It's a motion to move it to the January work session. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Next up is council discussion and possible action on ordinance to maintain zoning of South Fulton Hospital as a hospital. Councilmember Butler, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we are all aware.
Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action.
I'm sorry, thank you. So moved.
Is there a second? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As we are all aware, for the past 2 years or so, the south side of I-20 has been without emergency health care. And so without even a conversation with the city of East Point, Wellstar again has not communicated with the city and removed another critical healthcare service away from the people who need it. 200,000 people live south of I-20 without adequate access to an emergency room. And we all know that if you have a stroke or a heart attack or in a bad car accident, it may take you 30 minutes or more to get to Grady. So having said that, I would like for us to consider doing a resolution that we will not rezone that property. And I would also like to raise a couple of questions with our city attorney in regards to doing a lis pendens, which would prevent the sale of that property. But I think there are some caveats that may prevent that at this time, but maybe we can get started with that or started with some kind of communication in order to prevent even selling that property. So, city attorney, having said that, what steps can we do and what is required to do a lis pendens in order to prevent any sale of that property?
Councilmember Butler, a lis pendens is a Latin term for litigation pending, meaning that you're giving notice to the world that the property that is before the court or before a court is under litigation and that you have a legal interest in said litigation that could impact the ownership interest of the property. To that end, I don't think that we have risen to the level of, unless it's something I don't know, that we are in some type of legality with the owners of the property that would allow us to, at this point, file a lis pendens. You may have your resolution embedded somewhere inside of your zoning or your moratorium that you all have had considered, but I'm not sure that a lis pendens is going to get you what you are asking for.
So in that effect, would it be prudent for us to start, if the council so approves, that we allow our city attorney to reach out to Wellstar's attorney so that we can have conversations about the use of that property?
If that's the will of the body, I don't mind making the reach out.
So having said that, I'll let other people talk should they want to. There are two things I want for council to consider today: a resolution preventing the rezoning of that property and that it must stay a hospital property, and that we allow our city attorney to reach out to Wellstar's attorney that we may open up dialogue about the use of that property.
Councilmember Cook and Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Butler and I have had a short conversation on this, and I'm going to just bring this point up so that we won't feel like we're making any decisions in the dark. When we first brought this item up, I just happened to have a loose conversation with someone in planning and zoning. And it was brought to my attention that under the current zoning for that site, it can't be used for anything different than what's already governing that property unless the council votes to do so. Now, what I just said is, it's already zoned for medical use. If we don't do anything at all, it stays zoned for medical use until we decide we need to change it and use the property for something else. Passing an ordinance is just another way of adding more cement to the door to keep it from being open. So we could lock that property in either by not doing anything at all unless it comes before the council to approve a rezoning, or we can pass an ordinance that's basically going to do the same thing. So if you're going to feel better that we got double locks on the doors, fine. It doesn't really hurt one way or the other. But I want to make sure that in loose conversation at the bar on this topic, nobody brings up the fact that why did you pass an ordinance when you didn't have to do anything unless it came to the council for rezoning? And we have just cleared the smoke out of the room by saying either one would work. Thank you, ma'am.
Councilmember Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think all of us are very interested in maintaining and hoping that we have a great partner as a hospital to come into this district. But I think instead of a resolution, I think that we could do a moratorium to freeze any actions on this property until we can either have a discussion or, as a body to help move, to help move the discussion of the Wellstar Hospital forward. But I think a moratorium would be, and I think we can vote on a moratorium tonight in reference to that particular property. I don't think we have to wait on a resolution. A resolution you have to draft up and everything. But we could freeze that. We could freeze our activities if it's the will of council tonight on Wellstar. Madam Mayor, are you?
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. Councilmember Renee, that's correct. I think I mentioned that at one of the meetings previously because when the Wellstar closed there, the mayor signed a moratorium. I think when we mentioned it here, the concern was that the property was already zoned for, what is the zoning? That's medical. So with that being the case, we discussed that night that perhaps a resolution that kind of reinforced our statement or our commitment in feeling and stance about what we would like to see go there be done. And we just did not ever have that resolution completed, I guess. But we did discuss it several months ago. Thank you.
So, yeah, I recall that discussion too. So the property on Boulevard in Atlanta, that was AMC Boulevard, is zoned C2, which is Commercial Service District. Unlike that property, the property in East Point on Cleveland Avenue is zoned M1, which is Medical Institutional District, which is a hospital, a medical zoning district. There was discussion about that already being in place. If there's a desire to change that zoning in any way, that would have to come before or go through our zoning process, which would start with the rezoning application, go through a community zoning information meeting before our planning and zoning commission for a work session, and then hearing, and then they would make a recommendation to us. And so that's already in place for any rezoning. There was a discussion about a resolution, but again, our ordinance is already zoned medical institution. What we have attached to the agenda tonight, though, is what Councilmember Renee just mentioned. Let me get back to it. An ordinance by the city of East Point imposing a moratorium on the acceptance of any new rezoning applications, building permit applications, land disturbance permit applications, special use permit applications, special administrative permit applications, subdivision applications, replatting applications, or lot consolidation applications for parcels within the area designated herein and for other purposes. And again, it does state the obvious. However, what it doesn't indicate is that the property is currently zoned M1, Medical Institutional District. And so I think this was a little different, and when we talked about it previously, than AMC Boulevard, because again, that zoning is C2, C2, what did I say, commercial service district for the city of Atlanta. And maybe because that's a broader, more commercial type zoning district, maybe that was the impetus for that actions. But council has options. It is absolutely critical that we ensure that we have accessible, affordable, high quality, comprehensive health care in this city and in South Fulton that includes acute care, emergency room, and hospital services. May of 2022 is when hospital services and ER services were no longer provided on Cleveland Avenue. It then converted to urgent care. And I mean, I'm extremely disappointed about the decision to close the urgent care and remove all level of services from that building, because urgent care is needed. And yes, there's been work by Wellstar with Southside Medical Center, which is next door. They provided $5 million over 5 years, so that's just $1 million a year to build out their existing facility to be able to provide urgent care services. However, keeping the door open at the Cleveland Avenue location, which is now called Wellstar East Point Health Center, needs to stay open. There is an opportunity to bring back a full, comprehensive level of care, healthcare within our community through a phased approach that could get us back up to that. That I'm hopeful that Wellstar will entertain and actually move forward with. This is critical. And no matter how much insurance you have, if you find yourself in need of ER services and hospital services, miles can mean life or death, especially in Metro Atlanta. The other emergency rooms are 7 or 10 miles or so or more away. That's a lot of time. 10 minutes can take you an hour. 10 miles can take you an hour, right? And so not only that, the emergency room on Cleveland Avenue at Wellstar was the emergency location for any incidents that happen at the world's busiest airport at Atlanta. And so now anything that happens there, I think I've heard them talk about bringing actually some healthcare on site at the airport. But there's a reason, and we need it, and we need to commit to bringing it back. We need to work collaboratively to try to figure that out. It is very complex and it's extremely costly. And so, I've been told, as I've been working and researching this, the city can't really operate a government and operate a hospital. It's a lot of money. And the funding streams are different. There is Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority that has jurisdiction over all counties, all cities or within the Fulton County, so that'll include all of our cities, as well as in DeKalb. And so there have been conversations at a lot of different levels. It is complicated. This is a trilogy. This is the third movie, the same ending. Before Wellstar, it was Tenet. Before Tenet, it was South Fulton. The movie goes the same. It's they open, they operate for a period of time, and then there's a closure, there's a sale to someone else who comes in, and then there's exchange. And now we're dealing with this cyclical, this trilogy of a movie with the same ending. And I think it's because the model that we have there does not work. We need a well model of care that is focused on keeping people well. Over 85%, I think upwards of 90% of the people who showed up to the ER there showed up with primary care needs, meaning they need a primary care home. And Southside Medical Center is a federally qualified health center, so they can treat uninsured patients as well as insured. But there's a way to connect everyone to a primary care home so that people aren't going to the ER for things that they should have a primary care doctor to help treat them, advise them, and help educate them on. There's also Morehouse School of Medicine is opening up a primary care clinic sometime at the top of 2024. They had a South opening recently. So expanding primary care is foundational to a comprehensive healthcare model, but it does not negate the need for emergency and hospital services within our community, within that building. There are other places other cities who want to have a hospital, and I have nothing against that. But we have a building in our city that actually came about when Mayor Hilliard was mayor. And there was authority at that time, and they built that building. And unfortunately, that authority went bankrupt. It was the Tri-Cities Hospital Authority. But we have a building that can provide critical care, healthcare to our community, and we do need to work collaboratively for it. And so when we do, because I believe it will happen, I don't know how. It is complicated, it's complex, and it requires a lot of funding, but we can figure it out. Where there's a will, there's a way. When we do, there's a choice principle. Whoever is an operator is going to have to choose to provide high quality, comprehensive care that our community needs there. The doctors who provide those services are going to have to choose to go to work there to provide services there to our community. And ultimately, people with choice, insured people, will have to choose to actually use the facilities and the healthcare services offered there for it to be sustainable. And so it is something that we definitely need to work together for. And tonight, if we want to, there's a ordinance attached to the agenda for a moratorium that reinforces what already exists in the city with the medical institutional zoning district. Council can take that action tonight. And then there's an ask that the city attorney talk to the attorney for Wellstar. I'm not even sure how much attorneys are being involved in this. It's really the leadership and board of directors of Wellstar that are driving this, but that's the other ask, and I've had conversations with them, and we'll continue to have those conversations to ensure that we keep that healthcare building and healthcare within our community. I'm extremely disappointed, though, by not being aware that they will be closing the doors and not allowing Southside Medical Center to take over urgent care in that building to continue to provide services. But today is December 18th. The date they've announced is January 12th. Hopefully we can get them to change their minds. Councilmember Robertson, Councilmember Butler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to chime in. I think this is a good agenda item and the conversation needs to continue. And just keep in mind, again, the airport, as they deem the most busiest airport, is what, about a mile, 2 miles away? God forbid if something catastrophic happens, we need to make sure we do have a regional hospital around here. So there's a lot to think about because, again, this has been deemed a hospital desert, I'm hearing, and we need to correct the disparity of healthcare in our community. I yield, and the conversation should continue with other municipalities if this is something that somebody wants to embrace and move forward. I yield.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I have two motions. And before I give the first motion, by setting up the hospital authority, My first partner is the city of South Fulton. They look to bring that resolution to the floor in January. I don't think it's complicated. Our scientists and economists have said it would take $200 million to reopen this hospital. We built the new Georgia Dome where we floated $200 million in bonds to the Falcons. It's $1 billion stadium. And then the owner went and bought a $200 million yacht. When the LA Dodgers can play a pitch of $700 million, how much is life worth in city of South in East Point and the south of I-20? It's not hard, it's simple. We just have to have the will to do it. And to have corporations come in here and talk about profit, when we talk about profit over people, that's what it is. When they have used our money, received COVID dollars in 2021, while they already had a plan to close that hospital so they can use our money to get their T1 status to open up a hospital in Augusta. That's what the problem is. And nobody has the courage to really stand up and tell them, we are not going to have that. That's why I keep making this my fight, because we're going to bring healthcare back to East Point and the South Side. 211,000 people in Charleston, South Carolina have 11 hospitals in that metropolitan area. 200,000 people south of I-20 have no hospital. And now we're becoming a burden on the hospital in Clayton County, in Fayette County, and Erie County, because we refuse to invest in people that live south of I-20. It's not hard, it's easy. And so I say that the first step that we get these people to the table to have some serious conversation is I ask the East Point City Council to vote on a moratorium, not allowing anything to happen to that property. Can I get a second?
Oh, Councilmember Butler, that's an ordinance. And so if that is going to be
Let's
your
waive the
motion,
first
you
reading
would
then.
have to waive the first reading for the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I ask for a motion to waive the first reading.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried.
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve the moratorium for that site formerly known as Wellstar South.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Discussion. I have a question for this. Go ahead, Councilmember Renee.
Normally, we put a time limit on the moratoriums. Is there a 90-day, 60-day moratorium? And
So
then we
this
come-
one is 180 days that's attached to the agenda. I assume
I just wanted to make sure it was read into the motion so that the people have a knowledge of it. Mr. Councilman Butler, if you can make that friendly.
Yes, ma'am. It's 180 days.
Okay, I would hope that it will be read into the motion so that all
to
of,
impose a moratorium for 180 days.
Right.
Adopt the moratorium.
I'll so move with those corrections.
thank you.
The motion to adopt the ordinance imposing a moratorium for 180 days. Maintain the South of the Medical Center. City Attorney Weems, I'm assuming you drafted this ordinance that's attached to the agenda? Because I was trying to see, it mentioned, Councilman Butler in his motion specifically mentioned Wellstar, but I can't recall, I did read this, I can't recall how the area is defined or described.
No, ma'am. I did not draft.
Have you reviewed this ordinance?
If that's the same one that came before, then yes. But
Before when?
there was one resolution actually that came before
No, this
the
is
body.
not the same.
That's not the same one where the body asked me to. But no, that's the moratorium. Then no, ma'am.
So I am not against whatever action this council wants to take. I think it is prudent that our attorney review this ordinance imposing a moratorium prior to council adoption to make sure that it's what is needed. We just tabled item number 20, what was it, 26? 29, and we do have a couple other items on the agenda, but I mean, this deals with zoning, our local zoning ordinances, and imposing a moratorium. I know we've done the moratoriums before, and we renewed them, but I can't remember like what was the initial term on the industrial moratorium, if it was 90 days or 180 days. So I just think, in abundance of caution, it's prudent that, or we can pause now and let our city attorney look at it.
I'm happy to look at it. If Councilmember Butler, just send me a copy of it. I'll look at it real quick.
I'll email it to you. It's attached to the agenda.
I mean, thank you. I want to make a motion that we table this item until after the attorney look at it and then bring it back and make a vote on it, however the council wish to proceed.
A substitute motion to table the item to the end of the agenda is there. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The next item is resources and, council discussion and possible action on the discrimination ordinance. Councilmember Robertson.
That was a typo. That should be decriminalization. We had it in the work session.
Discussion and possible action on
the marijuana decriminalization ordinance.
So we
that
have a
discussed.
motion to amend the agenda to reflect item number 22. This is gonna be your motion. The council discussion and possible action on marijuana decriminalization.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda to discuss the possible discussion and possible action for the marijuana decriminalization ordinance.
It's been moved and properly seconded that item number 32 be amended to reflect council discussion and possible action on marijuana decriminalization ordinance. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Council member Robinson, now a motion for discussion, motion to open the floor.
I'd like to make a motion to open the floor for the ordinance of decriminalization of marijuana.
Moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is open. Go ahead, Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As stated, this actually is already on. The police department's already doing this. We basically are trying to fall in line with America. I have been an advocate with Normal and Care for several years about the legalization of marijuana. And I wanted to make sure that we put East Point in alignment, just officially in alignment with the decriminalization. The whole country, as you know, is now moving forward to decriminalization of marijuana. This will become what we call a current data point. There's a House bill that Senator Eric Bill is pushing right now. When you look at the cities, there's 120 cities in the United States have passed decriminalization. You look at the state of Georgia, we're under about 12. We'll be another added data point that already is on the books that the police are doing. So I'm happy to submit this for council and to make sure that we just pass the bill and ratify it.
Madam
Can
Mayor?
you put up? Yeah, it's up there now. Thank you.
Madam
I
Mayor,
yield, Madam Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading.
Second.
And properly seconded. Any discussion? This is, I know we talked about this at the work session, interim city, Attorney Weems, how about that? Have you had a chance to review this one?
No, not really, but I've just glanced through it now. I can, just like I'm doing with the other ones, I can go clean it up by the end of the meeting because it just has Recorder's Court of Fulton County language in there. You need to back it out and put the East Point language in there. It's not hard to do on this one.
It sure does. Third paragraph.
Do a substitute motion to table.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we table the ordinance to the end of the
Second.
meeting.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. And 32. Now we have resources and supports to strengthen the permitting process. Councilmember Bailey, motion to open the floor.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to open the floor for discussion about strengthening the permitting process.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. The floor is now open. Go ahead, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have Director Kimberly Smith here to provide an update. Interim City Manager Jeff Reeves, turn it over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor and Council, we have for this item number 33, resources and support to strengthen the permitting process. Director Smith, Planning and Community Development, will present this to Mayor and Council.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council. Kimberly Smith, Planning and Community Development Director. In reference to the update on the support for the permitting division, plan review and development services for our department, just have 3 brief slides to provide an overview. And since the last time we met, which was November 6th, it's about a month ago, a little over a month ago, we have hired and filled the project manager position. You all were able to meet our project manager, Angela Patrick. She's been very busy over the last month or so, coordinating projects, dealing with the building permit process, preliminary plats, final plats, and our subdivision projects as they come in. We've also filled assistant director and assistant permit coordinator positions. You were able to meet the new assistant director, Lee Kelly. He's been very busy as well, working on coordinating our permitting process and plan review process. In addition to that, we were due to add additional support, permit techs, and permit coordinators. We're currently interviewing and onboarding for those open positions, and hopefully we can have those additional staff on really soon. We also had staff on a temporary basis as customer service reps appointed just to answer our phones, and we're in the process of transitioning those employees, temporary employees, into permanent staff, and we just onboarded our first one today. And in reference to our phone system in general, it's my understanding, and I don't know if someone from IT is here to expound on it, but we did get a new phone system, and it's modeled after the one that was provided to customer care. So we're training on that new system, and we're currently testing, and it's working as it should, as far as I know. Next item, we needed a lot of support in our inspections division and our plan review division. We recently lost a couple of staff members in those areas, and we were able to onboard the Safe Bill contract. It has been secured, it's finalized. Thanks to everyone that was involved in that review process, as well as signing off and routing it through the appropriate entities that needed to finalize it. Thanks for that. We've had pre-kickoff meetings and logistics meetings with the Safe Bill company that we're using for our inspections and plan reviews to help support our staff in getting our projects through seamlessly. We've also onboarded with their inspections team. We had a kickoff date of December 6th. Inspection start date where their team actually started supporting our inspection team started on December 7th, which was about 6 business days ago. Just to give an overview of how they've helped us out moving forward. Since that time, 6 business days ago, We had 285 inspections in queue 7 business days ago, and Safe Bill has already completed 101 inspections to date. We have 58 scheduled inspections, 24 of those were scheduled today. So just looking at those numbers, we're projected to be back to normal standard operating for inspections, to have inspections done within 24 to 48 hours. We're planning to have that implemented within the first week of January at the rate that they're going. So we're very happy that they were able to come in and really help support our team that we have in place now. Also with our building plans and plan review, we have 25 in queue. They've already knocked out 16 of them. So we're really excited that they've been able to come in since that date of starting 6 business days ago. So we're really excited about that. Other items that we're going to be working on moving forward, what's next? We're going to be looking at our virtual plan review meetings. We have implemented those. Those are working very well. In instances where our plan reviewers are denying some of the plans for whatever reason, we have implemented the plan review meeting that we used to have before COVID. We've implemented that again, and that's working very well, where our team members are coming together on a virtual meeting with the applicant to iron out all issues so we can continue to move forward in a seamless way to get the projects moving on to being completed. The next thing that we're going to be working on, and we have been working on since July of this year, is vetting new ERP systems, enterprise resource systems. Our current one that we're using is BS&A. That system, unfortunately, has not been the best user-friendly system for the users, the applicants, as well as internally. And so we have been vetting several different companies, and we're looking at one specifically that we may be able to bring on sooner than later. And so other discussions need to happen on a higher level, and those discussions will be moving forward. As far as reviewing our salary enhancements, we're bringing on new staff members. We need to look at our current staff that are in place to make sure that we maintain retention and prevent turnover, and just increase employee caliber as well as our team member morale. That's what's coming up next, and that's going to be ongoing. And then lastly, with this, we were looking at providing an express permit counter. But again, we wanted to make sure that we provided the support that we needed for the immediate needs, which was for our inspections and plan review team. So we will be in discussions, and we are in discussions with how we can implement this and get our own staff members on board so we can move forward with this process for express counter for small projects. With that, that's the end of what we've been doing for the last 30 days or so. And if there are any questions, I can take them now.
Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Cook, Councilmember Bailey.
Thank you. Thank you. I am really impressed, and I'm very grateful that we are making a lot of strides in the permitting department. My question is third-party inspections. Can you kind of explain on that, and are we moving toward that? Because one of the biggest problems that we're having is that we're supposed to be inspecting them, like within days of after they're requesting inspections, and that has been kind of a lot of some of the delays.
That is correct with third-party inspections. So what happens, because we've been in a situation where it's taken more than 24 to 48 hours to actually get an inspector to come out to look at a project, the applicants and the contractors have the opportunity to go out with a third-party inspection letter. And so that's submitted and it's reviewed by our inspections team and our chief building official. But since we've had Safe Bill on, we are actually engaged with having them as a chief building official. We have an appointed person from their consulting team helping us. So it kind of fixes itself, because now that we have a chief building official that's going out every single day of the week, there are no stop gaps in providing the process. They provide CO reviews every day, not just on Tuesday and Thursdays or what have you, like it was previously. So it's really going to correct itself because they could review the letters or they could just send somebody out to do the inspection. So it's going to be a self-correcting process that they're aware of and we've had discussions about with. So they're handling it on a case-by-case basis.
Councilmember Cook.
Two quick things. Last time we had a hallway discussion on your activity. You were quite proud of how fast you were able to improve issuing permits. Is that still rolling along? Have you reached any more new records with that, or you're operating at a faster pace? I don't want to.
Well, I'm sorry, what's your question?
Issuing permits.
Yes.
You were very proud of the improvements that you had made there. And is that luster still going on? Are you still breaking records in that category?
As far as our permit issuance process, I think there may have been stopgaps in the plan review process. Since we have a plan reviewer to support us from Safe Build, we haven't been having those type of stopgap issues. And again, the virtual plan review process, where when a plan reviewer from any department, for any reason, if they deny the plans, we have that meeting to bring everybody together to kind of solve whatever issue the denial may have been about. So we're really moving and striding to keep the process moving in a direction for approval, to keep the project moving to completion.
And you had mentioned another idea, and I realize it's still in the infancy stage if you're still thinking about it. And that was issuing some type of gold card, I guess, some type of card to your frequent contractors, people that come through your office quite a bit, that would already have the basic information you needed from that contractor, say on your file or on a card, what have you. Have you been able to pursue that anymore?
That's still one of the items to come. That's going to come with with the implementation of our express permit counter, where we would have contractors and even any property owner within the city actually sign in to our system and provide their information where they will be able to upload, where we're not looking for it every single time they submit a project. So we're still working on that, and it will be implemented with the express permit counter.
Well, just keep in mind, anytime Fulton County can reduce the time it takes to get your auto tag, it's possibilities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Kim, for all your hard work in updating and overhauling the permitting process. You've done a lot of work here. Quick question regarding the user-friendly permitting software. I know you've been vetting different ones. Do you know when you will consider looking at one to implement?
We actually have one in mind. We've vetted 2 or 3 of them. We've had deeper discussions with one in particular. And so I would say that we're ready to move to the next step on bringing them on board and then looking at all of the options of how we could bring them on board. This particular company is familiar with BS&A, which is what we already have. And so they have a special skill in working with jurisdictions that have BS&A and actually bringing them on board to use their system for just the permitting system. Because it is my understanding that there would be no movement toward the entire city moving to a new system, but it would just be for the permitting and plan review process, which would help streamline our processing system. And so this particular company has experience with offboarding just one portion of BS&A. So we're looking at how can we move forward with that particular company.
All right, that sounds great. That sounds like that might be the next thing that you do. And it's been a pleasure working with you and the previous city manager and now interim city manager on improving and overhauling, and along with Councilmember Karen Renee. She's going to continue to have this on the agenda because she has a good great interest in this as well.
Thank
Thanks
you.
again.
Next up, update on insurance claims, fraudulent wire transfers. Councilmember Gordon, motion to open the floor.
Motion to open the floor for discussion and possible action regarding the update on the insurance regarding the wire fraud.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I need more than that. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. I am bringing this item bring this item forth because on our last insurance update, we were advised, I believe, by the former city manager that we would be going into an appeal process regarding the insurance claim, and he had also confirmed that the city had received approximately, he said, $150,000 or so check because the claim had been filed under social engineering, which I don't know how it exceeded 100,000 because that's the limit. At any rate, it is my understanding the appeal has not been filed with the carrier. And that's problematic for me because it's been, 2-3 months at this point. So we need to get confirmation on two things. One, we need confirmation as to whether or not the appeal actually was filed because we were told that it was. And if it has not been filed, then my position is that we allow our interim city manager to get caught up. I know you're coming into a lot here and don't probably know anything about this particular circumstance. So if council can whether recommend, suggest, or direct, allowing you the opportunity to find out the status of the appeal process, definitely letting us know if the appeal has not been made. I think that's just a matter of a phone call to the carrier, which we can find out by the end of the week. And if the appeal has not been made, I'm just from an industry perspective, I just think we need to cash the check we received and move on. We're not likely getting any more money on this claim as Travelers. Travelers is one of the most difficult carriers to get paid on claims. They're tough, they're big. And if there was an opportunity for them to give us more money, chances are we would have had it. That's just my personal professional opinion. And I just think that dragging this out, if this appeal has not been filed, we're entering back into another cycle of letting the ball drop on the insurance. And I just, for the life of me, don't understand it. The other thing is, where's the check? Has the finance department, Mr. City Manager, had an opportunity to view the check and tell us what the amount is? And has the check been cashed? And do you have any information about that tonight?
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Gordon, my conversation with our finance person, our interim finance director right now, indicated that she had not physically seen the check, but she did have some indication that there was a check for at least 100,000. And our HR director actually got sick this evening. She was going to come to present any information that she had, which not much of an update based on my conversation with her today, because I am catching up and I did inquire with her, but we will provide the requested information. I believe we can have that by Friday, based on us having in possession of a check, my understanding, but I will have that confirmed by tomorrow. I will make sure that we have that information to Mayor and Council by Friday.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
So as it relates to, one, we need the information. Like we should be able to rely on what we're being told, and we need factual information. So we need that as soon as possible. Two, if there's still an opportunity to appeal, I don't think we forego any right of the city, and I think that's a discussion and a vote of council would have to take to decide to forego an opportunity to appeal a decision to possibly get more money, even if it might end up at the end being an exercise in futility. That's not a decision that the city manager can make. And I would ask Attorney Weems, what would be his recommendation? I don't know that we legally forego a possibility of recovering more funds from the city. My question as Councilmember Gordon is, why hasn't it been filed? I mean, we've been talking about this for a while. It's the same kind of conversation and tone that we had recently with the audit presentation. Like, I have, if it hasn't been filed, that would be troubling. And we definitely need to know why. And are we still within the time period to file it? And then council would have to decide if we're foregoing an opportunity to appeal. But I can't imagine why we would do that. Even if there is a possibility, we need to explore that avenue and others to recover the funds. And so it's alarming if it hasn't been filed, because we've been talking about this since July. We're in December, July, August, September, October, November. That's 5 months, November, December. And I think we got a decision from them a couple months after that, right? I can't remember when that came in, but there's been at least a month, let's just say a month, maybe 2 months, that we had something from them to appeal and where we are on that. So, Attorney Weems, I see your light on.
To your question, I can give you what I have. At my last check, which was about maybe 3 weeks ago, there had been no appeal filed. I was asked by the former city manager, along with our HR director, to draft a letter, a draft wording for a letter to send out, because there's no official, from what I was told, there's no official appellate process. It is a reconsideration, more or less. I drafted said letter. I don't know whether it was sent or not. I have no idea.
This is troubling.
Wait a minute.
I'll go to you, Councilmember Shropshire, and then the people are holding us accountable, and we can't take these actions. We are prohibited from getting involved in the day-to-day operations of the city, and we expect the actions to be taken. Councilmember Shropshire.
Thank you. So let me understand this. For your recollection, there's nothing been filed, because the last I remember, something was sent, and from my understanding, the attorney was supposed to file with the insurance claim. Did that happen?
Which attorney?
You.
No, ma'am. I don't have the authority to file against an insurance claim. That will come from the city itself. There is no, from what I was told, appellate procedure. There's a reconsideration. I was asked by the then city manager, as well as our current HR director, to draft a letter with some language in there asking that we be allowed to know what the process is for consideration, one, and two, who the supervising person was that we would submit that to. I, in fact, did draft that letter. I returned it to the HR director as well as the then city manager, and I've not heard anything since that time, Councilmember Shropshire.
So, Mr. Reeves, because the HR director is not here tonight because she got sick, is what you said. Perhaps they can provide an update on tomorrow, and if they're and I will hope they will have emails trails to provide any communication that took place, so we can get a better understanding as to what's going on. So if you can have someone to give us an update and provide any email communications that may have took place.
Councilmember Shropshire, it is my goal to make sure that this city will be definitely aware of everything that has transpired to this point that I am in place. And I will also be addressing this issue with staff and finance, HR, and also the city manager's office to see where we are. And hopefully, I would request that I provide this information to you by Friday fully with the outline of where we are and what has transpired to this point, so we can make sure that we move forward appropriately to satisfy mayor and council and the citizens and residents of this city. So I just request that I'll gather information between tomorrow and Thursday and make sure we have this information to you fully by Friday, by noon Friday.
Councilmember Gordon and Councilmember Renee. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to say thank you so much for that. Yeah, we definitely want to have an update as soon as possible. I was being a little facetious with my comments about not pursuing anything any further. I want to be clear about that because I'm tired of this situation not being handled. And it's neither of your faults. I'm not saying that by any means. It's just that we anticipated this being done. We were told it was being done, I think a few months ago, and it has not been done. But they always say there's a little bit of truth in a joke. I do believe that the social engineering fraud is going to be, I mean, our last broker said it, Travelers is saying it, it's going to be as far as we can go. So we can submit a reconsideration to this claim by all means. But I just think that it is ridiculous that we thought this was underway and it wasn't. So I look forward to the update. And I thank you, Mr. City Manager. And I'm so sorry you're coming into kind of a firestorm here. But thank you for interim city manager. I'm sorry that you're coming into this like this. But thank you for expressing your expedience and getting it done and updating us. So I look forward to hearing from you on that. Thank you.
Councilman Renee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be very quick. And this is just for a point of clarity. I just kind of remember the HR director coming in front of us saying that she had filed an appeal. And for the record, if the clerk would go back and get that documentation where she did state months ago that she had filed the appeal. And I could be wrong. It could be I have the intent to file the appeal, but from my understanding, it was coming from her office and she was going to do the appeal. Now, she stood there in front of us and said that because she said it was not the end. That was the intent. And hopefully, if the clerk could go back and take a look at that and bring it back to council, because I kind of like, there's a timeline here and it seems like it's getting kind of muddy. I don't really kind of understand like why we don't have I understand that she's under the weather tonight, so there's grace and mercy for her because this has to be very stressful to deal with a lot of the things that she's been having to go through this year. So I do give her yield for that, but I would like to know, because that was my understanding, that she was filing the appeal and working with the insurance company, and she was very hopeful. So I want to remain hopeful. I mean, but I yield to your expertise because you're in the insurance company. I mean, in the insurance business. But is that okay? Because the documentation is out there. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I yield.
So Madam City Clerk, when was this item added to the agenda?
I'm gonna have to look through the agenda for tonight.
This
or
update on insurance claim fraudulent wire transfer.
initially.
When was it added to the agenda?
Okay, give me like a minute so I can look on my computer.
Was it today or can't remember when you told me? Was it?
Oh, I received the email Sunday, Councilmember Carter. Yeah, it was.
So it was Sunday, and which means it was on there all day today. And we have a meeting tonight. The agenda goes out to everybody. I mean, somebody would have to be living under a rock to be a director in the city and not really know anything about all of this. And I'm not saying that you should know the details. What I'm saying is to this is we can't. So as Mr. Berry talked about us kind of like regrouping for 2024, we can't move forward like this. This is absolutely embarrassing to have something on the agenda, and it's been on the agenda all day today, and we still don't know if an appeal has been filed. Like, we can't confirm whether or not the appeal has been filed. What's the process if it's a reconsideration period? What is the period in which we have to exercise the reconsider? Like, to be at this meeting tonight, and maybe it's because there's a feeling that it's all on us, but it's not. It is absolutely embarrassing to have residents looking at us and watching online, and we don't have answers to very simple things and things that were told to us before. Like, we can't move forward like this. The forensic audit, I am so looking forward to that starting. For them to, they say right now they're going back to, we're doing, I think they said June or July of 2020, whatever it is, and then they'll go further if they find anything. I'm sure they're going to go further. Like, I can't keep functioning like this. We have to have information. It impacts my ability to communicate with the residents if I don't have factual information that I can rely on is accurate. Because then if I send them information, they're going to be, but the mayor said, and I'm going to be like, but they said, and all this he said, she said. And I know you're just getting into this role, Mr. Reeves, and I appreciate you willing to get this to us by Friday. But like, we can't keep, I can't function like this. So hopefully, Mr. Barry mentioned us. Y'all know y'all got to keep working. Like, we've talked about a break and refreshing, but like, we have to change the way we're approaching this, because this is not okay. And I'm not gonna ask any more questions on it, because I don't even. One of the rules is you don't ask questions you don't know the answer to. And I think I know the answer to these questions, and what's we getting back is not right. So, we have a couple items that are on the table. I'm getting a headache.
Madam Mayor, just so you know, the email that I referenced, I wanted to go back and look at it, was sent on April, so I apologize. That would not go well if I say April. That was sent on September 26th. I will go over the email and the deterrence of it in executive session, because it was an attorney-client privileged email based on the fact that you all want to waive it, and I can tell you guys exactly what it was that I drafted. I'm happy to do it here on the.
No, I'm not suggesting. I can't decide whether or not you waive privilege. That'll have to be a vote of council as to whether the city is waiving privilege. So I'm not asking you to do that. We do have at least one executive session item around the forensic audit. Maybe this is another one, but I just can't. We have items 29, 31, and 32 that are on the table. They are all ordinances, Attorney Weems. And I know you've been involved in the other discussions that have taken place. We can go to comments from council and executive session and remove them from the table after that if you need more time, so that we can deal with those. Or if you're ready with either of those, you can let me know. We can remove that now and then.
I've sent over the alcohol ordinance. I hesitate because I really would have liked the time to compare it to 337 under OCGA.
So we
but-
can just wait until after comments from council
But
and
I'm sorry.
executive session.
The other one, the 180-day moratorium, I'm completed with, and I'm working on Councilmember Roberts, just to give you that update.
Ouch. So can we get a motion to remove item number 31 from the table? Did you email it back to us? Did you make any changes? Yeah, but we got to see it.
I did, Madam Mayor, and I sending it over to Mr. McCullough. I can send it to the entire body as well. I'll make sure I just send a copy to the entire body as well.
So either look at your phone or your laptop. The city clerk is about to send us item number 31.
Ma'am.
Did you look at E2, the 2:55 a.m.? Was that the 3-3-7?
Right. So that's the part of the 3-3-7. But what I did, I was communicating with Councilmember Shropshire on what the legislative intent was. And once she shared it with me, she just wanted me to change all of it, make it uniform to 2 o'clock is what she wanted to have it reflect. So I just went through there and did that. However, as you know, some of them are wine and beer.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what I
some-
indicated.
Right.
We tabled it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
E1 is wine and malt beverages.
right. And then E2, I think it is, talks about drink.
E2 is the holidays.
Holiday. Let me go back to it.
F1 is the distilled spirits.
Okay. So I just went through, and to be consistent with her request, just made them all 2 o'clock. But I think it doesn't, to be honest with you, Madam Mayor, it just doesn't read well. And it really does bear some cleaning up the entire ordinance. The only part that reads consistent with 337 is the F portion.
So E1 doesn't have anything to do. It says except as otherwise provided in 337, and that's where we had 5 a.m. So we already decided to go outside of 337, and now we're saying 2 a.m. So E1, we've already taken the liberties of going to 5 o'clock instead of 2 o'clock. E2 deals with holidays. And it says 2:55. So it's not 5 o'clock regardless. But it says all of the establishments licensed to sell beer and wine by the drink for consumption on the premises may sell such beer and wine between the hours of 12:01 a.m. Monday, January 1st to 2:55 a.m. Monday, January 1st. Anytime on St. Patrick's Day. Like, so that's a clear error in the ordinance that already exists.
if at all possible, but I understand that this body wants to pass something tonight, so I was just trying to make it uniform.
It's still on the table. So y'all need to remove it and then make a decision. Before we put it on the table, we had these discussions about the ordinance. The ordinance was on last week's agenda, and we talked about the 2 a.m. Not sure how we only got one section, but at this point, it's tabled. Y'all have to remove it, do a motion to remove it from the table, and then do whatever you're gonna do after that. Is there a motion to remove item number 29 from the table?
Madam Mayor, make the motion to remove item number 29 from the table.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, make a motion that we move this to work session.
Is a motion to move it to work session. I'm not sure why work session has been there before, and we have a meeting on January 2nd. There's a motion to move it to work session. Is there a second?
Wait, Madam Mayor, would you like to move it to January 2nd?
I would like to address it tonight, but I don't get the vote, and I think there's more than ample time that we've been dealing with that, but that's not going to be my decision because I won't be voting on it because there won't be a tie. The options, if we're not dealing with it tonight, we have a meeting on January 2nd, we have a work session on January 8th, and we have another meeting on January 15th. No, January 16th, because the 15th is MLK Day. So,
Madam Mayor, I'll leave my motion stand and move it to work session. There's just Did you second it before? You want to keep it?
is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? The people are expecting us to make decisions and to prioritize their quality of life. And we are putting out for tomorrow what we can absolutely do today. And not only are we delaying it till tomorrow, we're pushing it past January 2nd, which is a day where we can take action. The sponsor of this item is no longer here. And I know that she would have wanted to be heard on this, but the people of Center Park are here. They're probably watching us online. And the people of our city are looking at how we deal with this because it's the quality of life issue. And so we should have been able to deal with it tonight. We can definitely deal with it on January 2nd, but there's a motion to put it on the January 8th work session. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
So I need more than one or it's about to die. All those opposed? All those in favor? The motion is to move the item to the January 8th work session. It was moved by Councilmember Butler and seconded by Councilmember Cook. All those, is there any other I don't see your light. Councilmember Renee.
I apologize. I was kind of listening to you, and I thought you made a valid point. I think Attorney Williams, I think you made a valid point too as well. But when I looked over the ordinance, I think all you needed was that one part of it, that section that you had. I know that you just discovered the date was December 31st. What have you. But if we're ready to move on it, I think we can move on it tonight. I think that was the only thing.
Councilwoman Renee, I'm not ready to move on it. And you don't have enough votes. So we either put it to January 2nd, January 8th, or it fails for a year. Because that's a year. An ordinance like this, unless there's material change, then you can't bring it back.
So I'm not sure what rule you're referring to, but our council rules say that once an item is voted on, it cannot be re-entertained for 60 days. I don't know where the year comes from.
Well,
but it's
if
60 days.
It's still 60 days. So it doesn't matter if we just practice a little
I had-
patience
But
and restraint.
I had the floor and then you jumped in and you're not being patient with me.
You can call for a vote.
So my question is, I was talking to the city attorney to ask him if he was prepared to bring the ordinance tonight. And if he's prepared, then I think that we could bring the vote. If he's not, then we can consider January the 2nd. But the question was to the city attorney,
So
if it
just
so
to
pleases you.
just to shed some light, the initial part was to simply change the sale of hold on, put my glasses on. The sale of distilled spirits by the drink on or for on-premises consumption. As I was going in and correcting it, Councilmember Sharpshire did message me and stated that she wanted her legislative intent was to go through and uniform the entire ordinance. So
But I think that was what we discussed in this public meeting. Like, I brought up E1 and E2 and then F1. Like, that's a part of the entire ordinance. So it's not just Councilmember Shropshire. That's what we talked about in the first time it came up. We discussed it tonight. And those items, those other areas came up. And that's why we tabled it to look at that. And so if there's additional time needed, there can be a substitute motion to put it on the January 2nd agenda. And then we can move it forward. Like, this is.
to Councilmember Renee's point, as I was stating, it's ready. I went through and made it uniform, all of it. I mean, the entire ordinance, I went through it and made it uniform and sent it back to Ms. McCullough. I'm not sure what, Madam Mayor, you're referencing. As you said, you only see one part of it because I did the entire ordinance.
So the document that I opened that was attached to the email that Ms. McCullough sent us in E2, it still says 2:55 a.m. and it says January 1st, which should be December 31st. So based upon what you said. So I'm just looking, unless I open up the wrong document or I got the wrong document, I see E1 is changed to 2 a.m.
Right. Okay. So it says anytime December 31st falls on a Sunday, beer and wine may be sold by the drink for consumption on the premises between the hours of 12:30 p.m. Sunday, December 31st to 12 o'clock a.m. Monday, January 1st, only in public stadiums, coliseums, and auditoriums with the seating capacity of excess of 3,500 people, and in restaurants. Then it goes on to say, anytime December 31st falls on a Sunday, all other establishments licensed to sell beer and wine by the drink for consumption on the premises may sell such beer and wine between the hours of 12:01 Monday. That's where the December 31st, so it duplicated itself. I just need to make that, I can make that change right now. But the rest of it is uniform to 2 o'clock.
Did you change? So will that be 2:55 or 2 o'clock?
It'll be 2 o'clock, Madam Mayor, and it'll be December 31st.
So the city attorney just said on the record that E2 will be Monday, December 31st, 12 a.m. on Monday, December 31st to 2 a.m. on Monday, January 1st. So that's what he's sending over now, which will take care of E1, 2, and F1. Councilmember, I'm sorry. I was just mistaken.
Okay, so that's fine. It appears that the ordinance is ready. We've tabled it, we've edited it, and it seems like we are ready to adopt the ordinance. would it be ready? I guess my question is, Attorney Weems, is the ordinance ready for a vote tonight?
Yes, and that's the only other training you all see if you like to make.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so, hold on just a second.
Madam City Clerk, I have a point of information. When we first discussed it, did we waive the first reading? When we discussed it earlier tonight?
The first reading wasn't waived. Y'all went ahead and tabled it.
So can I make a friendly amendment to add this ordinance to the January 2nd city council meeting?
So it's either a substitute motion.
A substitute, yeah.
Or it's friendly amendment and you have to decide to accept. You want a substitute motion or a friendly amendment?
Oh, friendly amendment.
Councilmember Cook, does your second still stand? It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Attorney Williams, are you ready on 32?
Madam Mayor, I actually went in and made the adjustment. It was just only a couple words from Fulton County, City of East Point, and sent it to everybody. But I yield to the city attorney.
At that point, I have made that change, as well as some other just stylistic changes and sent it back over to everyone. Everyone should already have it.
Madam City Clerk, have you sent us that back? There it is. She just emailed it to us. Hey, I don't. Is it attached? Oh, Madam City Clerk, is it attached or is this it in the body of?
I'm assuming that's it. That's what I was sent. It's what you just sent me.
Uh-oh, it just went away. Are we ready to move it from the table? Need a motion to move item number 32 from the table.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to move item number 32 from the table.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Is there any action on this item? Need a motion to waive the first reading if you're gonna take action.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we waive the first reading.
Second.
Been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the ordinance of the marijuana decriminalization for the city of East Point.
Second.
Hold on. I'm trying to get the right title. That's not it. Um, uh, Councilmember Robertson, if you could restate your motion and read the actual title of the motion. I meant title of the ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the ordinance to amend Part 9 Offense Chapter 1, personal, is this the right motion? Okay. Personal conduct to Code of the City of East Point, Georgia, 2003, to provide penalties for possession of marijuana, to repeal all ordinance in conflict herewith and for other purposes.
Does the second still stand?
Karen?
Yes, second still stands.
It's been moved and properly second. Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
Do we have one more?
The other one is 31. Are we ready on that one? Attorney Williams?
Yes, ma'am. It has actually already been amended and sent over to the body and Madam Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Renee.
Okay.
I'm just going by what's on my screen.
That's fine. Madam Mayor, I would like to make a motion to approve the moratorium.
Waive the first reading.
I'd like to make a motion to waive the first reading.
So moved. There's a second, Councilmember
Second.
Butler.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carried.
May I
Any
make the
further
motion?
action on this item?
Madam Mayor, I make the motion that we approve the ordinance, an ordinance by City of East Point imposing a moratorium on the acceptance of any new rezoning application, bidding permit, land disturbance permit application, special use permit, application, special administrative permit, applications, subdivision applications, replatting applications, or lot consolidation applications for parcels within the area designated herein and for other purposes.
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Comments from council?
Madam Mayor, I just really want to reiterate how important that hospital is to the great city of East Point and the south side of 20. Not only did it help provide health care for those who were in need, but it also had a major economic impact on the south side of town. A lot of our residents who live in this community, in the city and surrounding areas, worked at the hospital. And when they closed the doors, a lot of people lost their jobs. And so when we lose industries like that, like the hospitals, the impact, the loss of the impact trickles all the way down to all of our houses. So it's real critical for us to do whatever we can to work with the county and the state because those are the really founders in to help us bringing hospitals and healthcare back to our communities. And I yield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I would like to give a salute to my colleagues. I'll start with Ward A. Give Lance a chance. Councilman Lance Robertson. I want to say to the people of East Point and to my colleague, I understand who you are. You have a big heart and you care about people. With your initiatives, Love Thy Neighbor, everything you have ever done for East Point is to heal and love people in a green way. Your heart will be missed. To Dr. Josette Bailey, I really wish the people knew you like I know you. Your superior intellect, tremendous business acumen, wrapped in this beauty that's undefinable, is surely going to be missed. Your brain will be missed. To the Dean, my Morehouse brother, my mentor, my friend, Councilman Myron Cook. The first gift I ever received on City Council was a lapel pin of the city, and it's something that I cherished, and it's one of my most valuable possessions. There's so many lessons that I've learned from you. Your acumen with the budget, everything, your historical knowledge. One of the things we've always had to do is when we had a tough issue, we passed the ball to Councilman Cook, but because we know he could score a touchdown. Your wisdom will be missed. And finally, when the twin powers activate. My Ward D colleague, Councilwoman Stephanie Gordon. Your grace is one of the things that define you here on this council. You lead with a silent touch, but a heavy heart. Your community outreach and your service to others is outstanding. Your constituent services is outstanding. And even with your presentation today, you always think about others. Your partnership will be missed. Today, we say goodbye to 4 very special people. And we live in a time, and it's not new, where some people want to vote for Republican, some people want to vote for Democrat. Everybody's always looking for change in their government. But the change in their government comes from them and not from us. I had the pleasure of listening to Miles Monroe, and as he teaches is the first government was ordained by the Most High God, even in Genesis, for us to govern. So it's natural for us to want a government to lead us, but we look at our president as if he's the savior, and we put all these unreasonable expectations on one person for them to solve all our problems when the solution comes with all of us. And so it's with a heavy heart that I say au revoir to my colleagues, but I know it's not goodbye, because I will always lean and count on your wisdom, your brain, your love, Lance, and my wonder twin partner. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was a hard act to follow. But I too would like to say thank you so much to the friendships that are on this council. I thank you so much to the residents. My goodness, 8 years of my life in about a year and a half to planning and zoning has been dedicated to the city of East Point, and I have no regrets about it. The friendships have transitioned to family. I have had so many meals, even vegan meals, one of the latest, at homes, because people just embrace you and want you to be there with them, because that's what it's about. I think it's Queen Rania of Jordan. She says always that titles only entitle us to serve. Let's not ever get it twisted. People don't serve us. We serve people. And those have been the sweetest and most endearing relationships that I've formed. They're not going anywhere. We're going to continue to strengthen and build upon those. And I just want to say, I love you, East Point, so very much. The only regret I think I've had in this 8 years is that my brother wasn't alive to see me serve. Gosh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do this, but he passed away 5 months after I started office. He was only 37 years old, but I know his spirit has been with me this entire time. And I'm so grateful to him for that. To the incoming council, I congratulate you, but I want to say this: be kind to our staff. Because without our staff, we cannot accomplish anything for our constituents. Be kind to our staff. Be kind to each other, because a lot of stuff has gone on up here, behind the scenes and in front of you. And if we want change, as Councilmember stated, Butler stated, it takes all of us to work together, to be on one accord, and working together must be defined in the same way for us to reach that goal. Working together does not mean 2 people on this dais get what they want or 3 people. It means that we find common ground and work together as a community. I won't be far away. You'll see me real soon. But I just want to say thank you. I love you so much. And I've met new people. We have so much to do in this city, and I look forward to making sure that it happens as a private citizen, because that's where our power really lies. So again, I love you, East Point. I love you, East Point staff. I love you, council members. I'm just full. I've done all that I think that I can do. God has a plan for everyone. He truly does. There is no loss. There is no defeat. I think it's Maya Angelou who says we may have many defeats, but we are never defeated. So transition, what lies next is exciting. I can't wait to share that with you, but you are going to stick and stay with me because you can't get rid of me. I'm going to be right here in this city, working hard, working in the community, and we will see each other again real soon. Thank you.
Councilmember Cook.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had to sort of review what I wanted to say and do some serious editing. It's amazing what happens when people come up and ask you to do something and they assume that you're going to say yes, and then it's too late to say no. I started reviewing my activities with the city, and I was quite surprised at what I saw. My son wanted to play t-ball, where his mother wanted him to play t-ball. And the coach of the team asked me to join him. So that was 9 years of Little League baseball before I realized what was going on. Another friend who was actually a council person, the late William Bill McClure, said he wanted to see if I could fit on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I said, well, you know what? I know how to turn fire into hot dogs. Let me try that. This thing I know, I've spent 8 years on planning and zoning. Now, some more friends who have already been through the city council one way or the other come to me with another proposal. All right, I'm kind of in this. So I counted up how long I've been on the city council. And if I started the first grade on the first day I became a member of the city council, I would be a junior in college now. Yeah, I know that's the same thing I said. I really couldn't believe it. But then I also realized things happen to us when we're really not conscious of it. Now, I end by saying, I think I've learned in so many ways, when it comes to tough jobs, you are selected before you are elected. Okay, just think about that before you say yes the next time. Thank you, ma'am.
Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can just tell you that this year has been an amazing year for me. It's just been my tremendous honor to serve this great city of East Point. When I retired from Atlanta Public Schools, I know you're shocked. I know you're thinking, oh, she's retired. She looks 30. But yeah, I'm retired. That was a joke. And after retiring, I was like, oh my gosh, I just felt so empty because I wasn't, I'm so used to serving in schools, serving. And this opportunity came along. I ran. And my friends was like, I didn't know you want to be a politician. I said, I didn't either, but what I learned in this role is it's a big role and a big opportunity to serve. I love people. I love improving things. My brain loves problem solving. I just love it. When I wasn't doing that, as when I first retired, I just felt like I wasn't giving all that I could possibly give. So in this role, I was able to tackle some things. My work isn't totally done because I want to continue to work to make our city better, but the permitting process was one of those things. It wasn't something that I thought of, but it was something that was laid on my heart by the residents in my endeavor to meet each and every resident in Ward B. I knocked on most doors and was able to meet a lot of people, and they shared the permitting process was a problem, along with crime, along with connecting seniors to programs. So that was my mission this year, to do those three things and do those to the best of my ability. What I learned, in addition to pursuing overhauling the permitting process, is that we have some amazing city workers here, and I'm happy to have gotten to know them and just be nice to our city workers. I definitely did what Ms. Councilmember Gordon said. But what I learned as far as connecting seniors to programs, because I was thinking I would develop programs, what I'm learning is that it's programs out there that seniors just aren't aware of. See, former council member Brewster there, that he connects seniors to HIP program. And so I invited him and other programs to neighborhood association meetings so our seniors would know more about opportunities that they could take advantage of. Also, I learned that a lot of seniors, they didn't know about the Balance Center. They don't. So just small things that I was hoping to get the word out to our seniors. And then, of course, the third thing was crime. I've led a lot of town hall meetings to help reduce crime. One was on crime as far as Virginia Avenue. That was very monumental, working with one of the neighborhoods. And then also organizing the President's Association, because like Councilmember Butler said and Councilmember Gordon, that we all work together to change our city. So it was important to me to connect the presidents so that they could start learning and just advance their leadership and voice in terms of what they want to see change in the city. So hopefully that can continue. So I'm just very blessed. I text my daughter and I said, I lost. And she's like, yay, now I get to have my mom back. I was like, that's not kind of what you want to hear, but it does show in terms of the sacrifices that I did make in that year. I worked tirelessly. I don't regret not one moment. And I just want to thank everyone, each council person here. I try to form a relationship with them. Councilmember Robertson told me everything's going to be manageable. He just took me under his wings. Councilmember Karen Renee, my ward mate, my big sister. I just enjoyed working with her. My dancing mayor, when I met her initially, she came to our neighborhood association. I just felt she was a cool person. And then Cook, all the historical information. My Morehouse went to Spelman, my Morehouse brother Joshua. He may be my lost long brother. I mean, Joshua, we really became very close. Stephanie, Star. It's just been an amazing journey. I know like a lot of residents, and I can say I've learned them through this particular role. So I just want to say thank you to my supporters. I want to congratulate the incoming council members. You have a lot of work ahead of you, and I'm going to make sure you do your job like I did mine. So I just want to say thanks again for allowing me to serve, and I will continue serving. And thanks to everyone in this great city of East Point. Good night, everybody.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Um, First, Hugh Douglas Christian Fowles Jr. I do not want us to forget the two brothers from Morehouse who lost their lives right behind us. It continues to bother me. And I'd like for the city to eventually dedicate something in their honor, like planting a living tree or something for them. They were 25 years old. It does bother me. In reference to this incredible journey, I just want to thank Ward A, the residents of East Point, the staff, my lovable, dysfunctional council members. I love you guys. We are family, and yes, we are dysfunctional, such as the world is. When you gave Lance a chance, it made my day. I tell you, we got a lot accomplished. I just have to tell you, just to name a few. Yard of the Month was wonderful. Every month I would ride around the neighborhood. Frog Hollow, Sims, Sumner Park, Conley Hills, Headland and Deleu. I stayed truly in the community, talking to neighbors, engaging with them, and empowering them, just letting them know their residence is cool, it's looking good. And we was able to give them Home Depot's gift certificates. The Global Repurposing Shoe Initiative, I tried to focus us not on the day-to-day actions of East Point, but have a global perspective of giving and caring. So that initiative, we collected over close to 3,000 shoes, reused shoes, sent them to Haiti, collected a check, and donated to Conley Hills Elementary School. That was so fulfilling for me because it was a big stretch. Big stretch. Show Me the Money. We did a lunch and learn on Show Me the Money to make sure that our residents and small business owners would know about the opportunities from the funds that we had from COVID and also procurement. Shaka Claus. We were so happy to bring Shaka Claus 3 years straight. And I say we collectively because it's a body. We move as one. But I was so happy to bring that to East Point and then have all of us make that happen. We average over $20,000 worth of giveaways each year. It was a big cause and we loved it. When Black Lives Matter situation took place and COVID and social injustice, I wanted to then do something a little different. And this is the draft, but this is the first Black Lives calendar ever made of positive affirmation that came from Ward A. We focus on trying to unite all the time. My focus was just loving upon people, trying to unite. I want to show East Point my heart. And I hope you see and saw my heart because it's still here. Yes, it was broken during Election Day, but guess what? I'm still here. I'm smiling. And I know God has a great journey for me in the future. The lunch and learn of our fiddle AI, that was earth-shattering. This room was packed, and it was packed with people my age. I was thinking younger folks was gonna come in here. It was like the wisdom legacy folks. They was coming here and they knew a lot of stuff about it. It was crazy. I enjoyed it. We had the privilege of being Big Boy here, an international, global, renowned star, sat right here. Local resident from Tri-City, and we saluted him, and that was phenomenal. We took on a challenge to green this city, partnered with the Atlanta Regional Commission, adopted a resolution to make this city green. We had a monthly meeting because why? The people and the citizens asked for it. A monthly meeting on how to make this city green. The gentleman tonight, David Paul, we brought him on compost. That was our first meeting. We came back about illegal tire dumping. We wanted to make sure we got that right. We want to start educating people more and more on making the city green, to the fact that the Ward A office published a green comic book for Conley Hills Elementary School, which was introduced on Earth Day, my mother's birthday in heaven. It was the greatest gift I think I could have ever gave her. in this particular moment of time. That was a great joy for me. The GMA in the National League of Cities was a wealth of knowledge and connectivity, and it really helped shape my mind on how I can make policies better for East Point, to the fact that we created the Black City Councilman of Georgia that still exists and will continue to exist. That's a collection of over 100 Black city councilmen and women and mayors throughout the state of Georgia that are involved in the Black City Councilman of Georgia that I and the young man over there, Mr. Butler, helped co-found. He will continue to lead that, and I will serve as a direct executive director. So we will continue to be engaged and have a statewide connectivity. I love East Point. I gave you my heart. To my Hillcrest seniors, Friday night bingo, Eddie, we had a ball. And I will coming back, and thank everyone for giving me that t-shirt. It was great. In reference to the small businesses here, I want to let you know the Ward A office supported Bal Ethnica. We supported Center Park when they asked for trees with Trees Atlanta. We supported over 22 small businesses, and I'm talking about support. We're talking about we did business with them. Taco Pete, shout out to Taco Pete. We made sure that we invested in small business in East Point, not just one time, but over and over and over again. We wanted to make sure that we did things right for the city of East Point. I want to address the private Facebook page that was brought up earlier about the hatred and sinister messages in there talking about my colleagues and even me. I know it exists. It's hurtful. It's spiteful. I'm here to tell you, I forgive everyone that came at me. It's going to make me a better person. But it's time that we move forward and heal. And the way we can do that, and I'm going to address this social media, please stop publicly shaming people. It's not the right thing to do. If you don't have anything to say, don't say anything. Don't say nothing, because it affects people a lot of ways. It affected me. But I persevered. I love God and I love you. East Point, my name is Lance.
So let me just say, I got a number of things to say tonight. I'll start with the hospital. Healthcare is a fundamental human right, and I remain committed to do everything working with council in other cities, as was mentioned earlier, to come up with a viable solution. Yes, the county could do more, should do more. Fulton County DeKalb Hospital Authority, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority are a number of actors that we need to do more. The South Fulton Municipal Association is an organization made up of the 8 cities in South Fulton County. Our next meeting is January 25th. I've asked that we discuss ambulance services and healthcare services there. There's generally probably about 50% or more of the electeds from mayors and council members from the 8 cities will be there to have this conversation. And so we will continue to do what we need to do, and we will bring healthcare back to that location. I believe that, and I believe the model that we will bring back will be a well model of care that actually has care in it and not just the health system, and that it will be accessible, affordable, high quality, comprehensive healthcare that includes acute care in all levels of care, but focused on, I think, a foundation of care is primary care. I was invited to speak at a National Primary Care Collaborative about keeping people primary. Primary care is critical because if we get people connected to a primary care home, then they can get treatment for their illnesses that don't exacerbate to the level of needing emergency care. So we will be having those collaborative conversations. I have supported in the past, and I continue to support a national search for a city manager. I think we need it. We've needed it, and hopefully this time we will actually do that. Ralph Berry said tonight, thank you all, you and Ms. Fleming, for being here. Old wounds threaten to open up that people want healed. And I wrote that down, and I think I kind of know what he's referring to. At the December 4th meeting, I read the Cambridge definition of race baiting. Cambridge Dictionary definition is the act of intentionally encouraging racism or anger about issues relating to race, often to get a political advantage. I said then and I say now, race baiting by anyone is absolutely unacceptable. There's absolutely no place for hate in our city. And it is not something that we should regress and lower ourselves to for any reason. I don't support racism, discrimination, otherism of any form or type. And I think that is one of the things that attracts people to our city. Because we are diverse and our diversity is truly our strength. I've said it time and time again, and I really believe that. And I think, as I said on the 4th, we don't model what we don't want to see. We model what we want to see. And so we have to continue to show love to one another. You can love people and not like them, right? It is love for all humanity. And nobody's perfect. We're all human. I think by now, I said over 30 newsletters. It's probably over 60 or 100 newsletters full with lies that have gone out about me. There have been a number of things said about me, and it's not that I don't see them or hear them. I choose not to entertain them. I will not lead by social media. We've seen that by a former president, and it didn't go too well. I will not engage in division or dissension and it doesn't matter what people call me, it matters what I answer to. I'm not naive to think that everyone loves Dina Holiday Ingram and supports the mayor, but that's not what I got elected to do. I got elected to serve everyone regardless of whether they voted for me or not, and regardless of what they think or say. My goal, my aim each and every day is to serve the residents of East Point and this government. And it is a huge sacrifice. A huge sacrifice. But it is my God-given assignment and purpose at this time. And no one will make me walk away from that. You know, when you're not doing stuff, people aren't talking about you. So all those comments, I mean, let's give them something to talk about, right? Is how I live. I'm a person of action. I live my values and I walk it like I talk it. And whether people believe it or not, it's just people who want to be naysayers. But naysayers try to create a counter narrative that creates a distraction. And I choose not to allow negativity in my space. Oprah Winfrey said, you have the power to choose what you allow into your space. You can, so those however many newsletters that have gone out full of lies, in order to actually file legal action, I got to sit down and read them and ingest all of that. For what? I know who I am, I know whose I am, and I know what lies are. I deal with fiction with facts. Um, I will say that after the election, I called Councilmember Robertson, and then I called Councilmember-elect Eric Freely. He and I played phone tag, and we've had a couple conversations. I extended the opportunity to him, Councilmember-elect Ziegler, Councilmember-elect Mitchell, and Councilmember-elect Martin Rogers. I've talked to all of them and extended the invitation to meet with me. I provide a binder that includes the charter, council rule, ethics proceedings, ethics rules, communication protocol, procurement code, boards and commissions. Like, they can gather that information themselves, but I do that. I've done that as a courtesy since becoming mayor to help on board and get them, talk about whatever questions they have, maybe about meetings. So I've extended the opportunity, and I will be meeting with them. I think it's much different when you're on this side of the dais. People speculate, people make statements, people talk, but they don't know until you sit here. And it's different. Judge ye not, lest ye be judged, and do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, the golden rule. So, unsupported allegations and opinions are just that. What the people elected me to do is to serve with the people. I don't get to choose who sits up here, you do. And then once you make your decision, I play the hand that I'm dealt and hold my commitment to you. And so I look forward to continuing to move the city forward. Thank you to Councilmember Robertson of Ward A, Councilmember Bailey of Ward B, Councilmember Cook, Ward C, and Councilmember Gordon, Ward D, for your sacrifice and service to the residents of this great city of East Point, as well as to the East Point city government. To Councilmember-elect Freely, Councilmember-elect Ziegler, Councilmember-elect Mitchell, and Councilmember-elect Martin Rogers. Look forward to meeting with you and working with you to move the city forward, along with my colleagues that will remain, Councilmember Shropshire, Councilmember Renee, Councilmember Cummings, and Councilmember Butler. I'm hopeful that we will really get to a point where people start assuming goodwill. December 31st, 2023, I will complete 10 years of service to this city, a decade of my life, a decade of sacrifice, and time away from my family quite a bit. 4 years as a council member, 6 years as a mayor. And I don't take this obligation lightly. I'm hopeful that one day we will get to a place where people will actually agree to disagree, but not be disagreeable and not be disrespectful. It's not okay for you to expect us not to be disrespectful and you engage in disrespectful behavior. We can have differences of opinions and differences of views, but we do not have to be disrespectful and demeaning and demoralizing and dehumanizing. I don't have time for it. I don't engage in it, and I won't accept it, and I don't allow it in my space. And so we will be closing out this year. This is our last council meeting of this year, unless something should happen before December 31st, and we have to do a special call meeting. I want to say happy holidays. I'm about to ask if we have any executive session. I know we have at least one. I want to say happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad, and any other holiday greeting and salutation. We are becoming more and more diverse, and our diversity is truly our strength, and we will continue to celebrate the good of East Point and show love. And so thank you all for your service. Thank you to everyone who's staying engaged. And do we have any executive session items?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Well, let me get how many we have, and then I'll come to you. City Attorney Williams.
One personnel and one litigation.
Does that include
Actually,
what?
two
legal?
litigation, legal, so two legal.
Litigation. Interim City Attorney Reeves. You have any executive session items? I meant interim city manager. That's why you started laughing. I'm gonna get it right. Just call name.
We're the interims over here. No, ma'am, I don't.
All right, council.
3 personnel.
I have one personnel.
I have one real estate.
So that's 5 personnel, 1 real estate, and 2 legal. Anything else? It would be a whole nother 3 hours. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One final wrap up. This is to my colleagues, the mayor, staff, and interim city manager. I want you to please let everybody know on Thursday, Ward A is having the 2nd annual Ugly Sweater Holiday Mixer at Chairs from 4 to 7. So I'd like everyone to come out. We'll have some eggnog, some refreshments, but more importantly, this is the season of giving, and we are asking those who can and want to donate to East Point Baptist Church Unhoused Ministry. They feed unhoused every Thursday, and they need help. So this is going to be an annual fundraiser for the unhoused that I'm going to do no matter where I am, because that's part of my commitment and part of my life purpose now. So Thursday, come on out to the East Point Ward A Ugly Sweater event at Chairs. I yield, Madam Mayor.
I need a. I ain't gonna join. You got 8 executives. Need a motion to recess into executive session for 5 personnel, 1 real estate, and 2 legal.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to recess into executive session, 5 personnel, 2 legals, and
1 real estate.
And 1 real estate. That's exactly right. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. We're in recess.
Carrying on the city business. You know how I feel, like Michael Jackson's song, They Don't Care About Us. I heard when you said I did 10 years of my life. I started singing over the Color Purple movie.
About in the 12. I can make it Thursday if you can stop by, if you can.
I'm gonna put it on my calendar. That's the only way I'm gonna remember. Have you gotten to that point yet? Look at that right there.
Down on a pyramid. All I want to do is have to actually know to support business versus support people.
Who's the pyramid?
That's hookah bar.
Oh yeah, because they want to be open like the 4 or 5, right? That's why Josh is pushing that shit. That's why he don't want to. He don't want nobody got sound. That's why I'm trying to get past tonight. I don't want to.
Yeah, get a motion to reconvene.
Madam Mayor.
Madam, oh, go on.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reconvene.
So moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Can I get a motion to,
Madam Mayor, I make a motion to offer a salary to our interim Jeff Reeves in the amount of
city manager?
What?
You said our interim Jeffrey, city manager.
I'm sorry, interim city manager Jeff Reeves in an amount of $165,000 for up to 6 months.
So moved. Is there a second? Second. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, I make a recommendation that we.
Motion.
I'm sorry. Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we hire a firm to conduct a national search for a city manager.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
That's it.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to hire the deputy city attorney.
Name Trishelle Griggs.
Trishelle, I'm the last one. Trishelle Griggs.
Trishelle Griggs.
Trishelle Griggs.
What's her salary?
In her salary,
Within the range of the existing deputy city attorney position.
within the range of the
Current.
deputy city attorney's position.
It's a motion to.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And we hired attorney Trishelle Griggs, I can't even say it right, as the deputy city attorney at a salary within the range previously approved for the deputy city attorney position. Did I say manager attorney? We're talking about attorney. All right. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. I think that's it. Motion to approve executive session meeting minutes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the executive session minutes.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. Motion to adjourn. Exactly. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved
on
and
behalf
properly
of
seconded.
Monica.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Good night, East Pointers.